Pain, I guess. There goes. God damn it, Celeste.
We're live and welcome. Sorry we took so long getting started. Honestly, I kind of woke from a dead sleep and I've just been calibrating for like, I don't know, a bit of time here. But welcome. Hi, Jess. Our favorite viewer.
Jess is everybody's favorite. And if you
That's
don't
true.
think so, you're wrong. Have you met Jess? You don't need to.
Welcome to this session of Cradle to Crypt, our every once in a while Anima campaign.
Hopefully, I don't get sick when I'm in Texas. If I get convention sick, damn,
Cosplay with a mask.
I am going to be wearing a mask no matter what. Not doing. No. I'm in Texas. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna still do that. I don't want to get sick. I have too much shit I gotta do back home.
Yes, you can be favorite number 2, Beth.
Did Beth not even argue for being the favorite?
Nope.
Beth knows. Beth plays with Jess.
Yep. Or at least I'm assuming it's Beth. You know what?
Is it Beth with Beaches?
It's Bethany Dunn on YouTube.
That's a beep.
Okay, that's what I thought. If we get merch,
Never
we'll
in
have
doubt.
merch.
A room away. I can confirm.
That's fair. I mean, I'm sure it'll come up on chat. But beyond that, it's been a great time so far on the channel here. If you've only been watching your Anima series, then you have no idea how fast the channel has been growing. Yep, I figured. That's what I assumed. We've been growing fast. We're now at 250 subs. We're almost to 300 already. We're also, probably during this stream, we'll have another video that gets 1,000 views. So that's gonna be really fun. The monk video that our good friend Alex here edited for me has been smashing all the prior records.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah. In like 3 days, it's like at 300 and something views, 350 something views, I think. It's beaten its closest competitor by 150. So, it's doing really good.
Oh, nice.
Channel's growing fast, and oh boy, I'm scared. I'm still standing. This has been a slightly slower week for, you know, subs, but I still am gonna stand by 500 by the end of December. Estimate. We'll either be there or real close, and that's really scary. But because you can actually look on YouTube, and there's gonna be a lot of channels that are gonna have like maybe like 100, 200 subscribers. You actually don't really see channels between 200 subscribers and 1,000 subscribers. Like, if you look anywhere, you don't see like 300, 400, 500. It's because they don't stay that way for long. If they get to those numbers, they don't stay that way for long. So, it's gonna be a lot of fun. And I do apologize. My mom's been texting me like crazy because Thanksgiving's coming up, and gonna be driving over the mountain pass, maybe, if it's not flooded and or you know, there's not a bunch of wrecks on it. So we're gonna have to see. The weather's been crazy. We had a tornado warning last week, like literally a week ago.
That part is pretty crazy.
Yeah, fortunately, it didn't seem to actually manifest anything. But that's not always going to be the case. So. And yeah, I don't think I have any other news. Oh, actually, I do. Speaking of Thanksgiving, next week is Thanksgiving week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Next week we will be having sessions on Monday and Tuesday. Nothing else for the rest of the week, so no table talk, no Shadows That Laugh. And then the week after, we probably will not have an Anima session, since if I am going, I'm going to be going that Sunday, Monday, so. Yeah, so we have Anima these next 2 weeks, skip a week, and then the week after. And then, of course, Christmas season's coming up, so expect a variety of delays in some of our content, as, you know, I'm very much for holiday seasons and spending time with the family, so I'm not going to expect myself or any of my players to be here when they could be with their family instead. But, that being the case, let's go ahead and get back into it. I swear, I just need to edit like a recap video just so that we know what we're doing every time we play Anima. Because it's always so much time. So much time between sessions sometimes. Last where we left off, you guys had finally gotten to the double blind bends. You set up a strategy, and you kicked a bunch of sculling ass, taking a bunch prisoner and having them lead you to, well, they didn't lead you to their camp. You tracked them back to their camp, thanks to Sebastian's superior tracking skills and Anastasia's ability to see in the dark. When you finally arrived, you attempted to negotiate. Parlay, that's the word I was looking for. You attempted to parlay with the schooling, where you guys met.
Our enemy, social situations.
Yeah, well, yeah. A sculling from the Blue Feather clan, which was a very, very unpopular and not very strong clan before the event with the Doom Bear 3-4 years ago now in game lore. And taking the power vacuum of the majority of the clans getting utterly dumpstered at the fight outside Bilkenfest. Torsten Marcusen is taking up the position of chief of the remaining sculling, or at least which ones they could find, and somehow has been making deals with Southerners who have shown them the secrets to using dragons. Upon speaking with him, he had his kind of own council. One elderly individual, especially, who was whispering things into his ear. And Finwith got a sense that, unlike with the whole Doombear situation, Torsten doesn't seem to have the same kind of grasp on the situation that, oh god, world names. What was his name? The Doombear before. One second. Pulling up important lore. I get so rusty if I don't look at this book, like, religiously.
It's a lot of info.
There's a lot of info, and it ranges from really well written to Hellion Soulbringer. Gunnar Skullenbert. That's what it is. Who had the moniker of the Doombearer. And despite this, you all did your best to negotiate, but he didn't leave you guys much in the way of opportunities to ask important questions. A hyper focus on the Southerners was not really sitting well in the conversation. And unfortunately, you were all left with an ultimatum to either trade all the sculling that you had in your care for a shaman or to fight them. Now, you guys are strong. You guys feel rather confident in being able to deal with them. You also don't feel like putting the skillings to extinction. And so, burdened with your own power, you were not left with many options.
Oh, that's a throwback.
Yeah. It's a very relevant thing in the world of Anima. It happens a lot, actually. Deciding you had a really good idea who the shaman might have been, and honestly not having the social prowess to really overtake this conversation, y'all decided that it was best to trade the captives and retrieve this shaman and regroup and spy on the sculling and try to figure out anything you can rather than trying to confront them now. So, as you all did so, you all found that the captive shaman was indeed Golan, your old friend from way back in Skogenjäger, who was very exhausted and slightly emaciated. And with that, you took him off, and you guys went a pretty fair distance away, and were setting up camp to let Golan kind of refresh himself and rest. Well, thanks to your personal living radar with Alexei, you guys are able to find an area that you feel confident no one is around, while still remaining at least a close enough proximity.
And at least we figured out the trick to making dragon bunkers.
That's true. Like now that you guys think about it, Sebastian could just make you guys like a place to stay. It's not subtle, but you can do it.
He does risk melting his brain.
He does.
That's a lot of things, but yeah.
It's a small percentage chance, but it still can happen.
It can. I can stop it from happening once.
It's true. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Hopefully if you don't get improbable numbers back to back.
Yeah.
But yeah. So under the assumption that you've all just formed a standard camp for now, somewhere in the large forest that lies in the valley, just at the foothills of the Mullenheim Mountain, which is close to the city of Mullenheim, you all discuss your plans moving forward. Golan is laying on a bedroll, exhausted. Even sleeping, his breath seems labored. He ate as much as he could safely without vomiting it back up, and is now resting and regaining his energy. You have the other Frostcollier there, Ursula, and God, I keep calling him the wolf. Ursula and Mimir. That's right.
Not gonna lie, I'm looking for the name myself in the chat and I see nothing but Norwegian names and I'm like, I don't think this is it.
Yeah, there's a lot of Scandinavian names when you guys move in Scandinavian nations. Fantasy Scandinavian nations, anyway. And yes, look at Acer, just making biscuits over there behind Vale, being absolutely adorable.
Yeah, I put the blankets over here. Well, they're actually jackets. In hopes that it would lure him over, and he was here before the stream. But then he laid on the edge of the bed, so I convinced him to come over here, and I have tracked him.
It's hard to see, but over there's a slight different color.
Yep.
That is
Just
the
over the
little
pillows.
sliver that is Ripley. Her nap time is when I play tabletop.
Convenient. I wish that was the same for us.
Well, Celeste's gonna go take a nap. She just finished eating, so she's gonna go sleep it off. Then she'll wake up for zoomies.
Yeah. She likes to sit at my feet and meow at me for attention. But anyway, so what do you all do? It's now starting to get late. It's already pretty dark, considering, you know, your location. It's a deep mountainous region, and it's typically overcast most of the time. So it gets dark a good 2 hours before it does anywhere else.
Alright, so if I'm going into spy, who do you want me to look at first?
From where Fenwith is just like collapsed, just like the white wolf mantle like over his face is just done. Or he just drags it off with a sigh. We need to know what the Southerners are doing. And how they control the dragons. And who it is who is giving counsel. But mostly why, if they have the dragons and could attack the cities, why they are not.
Alright. In that case, looks to Alexi. I apologize to ask because I know you rely on them, but could I borrow your glasses? Since you can see magic and I can't.
Oh, sure. Seemed to, like, take them off, almost forgetting that he had them on.
As you take them off, Alexi, man, your eyes just don't like that. Everything was just a hint clearer before, and now it's like worse without your glasses on for a moment.
Hands them over to you.
He takes it, looks at them a little bit, and examines them before putting them on. Takes them off as his eyes are having to adjust to this, and then slides them back on. Okay, and who am I keeping communication with? As he holds out the earrings.
I suppose we might run into the problem where they are probably gonna be talking in their, well, own language.
That's about what I was thinking. I could remember what they're saying if I spoke their language. So one of you two might be better for that. Actually, over like to Finwith. I think you would understand more of what they're
He
talking
nods.
about.
Alright. Sits and contemplates a bit before he starts taking off his armor. That minus 15 penalty is going to get me, and no offense with how dodgy I am, it's going to take a lot for them to hit me.
Fair.
You gotta be careful though. The Southerners can probably do magic if they can control dragons. Maybe all of them. We don't know how good. Or what type.
Oh. Now that I think about it, I know it's not particularly your color, but he gestures over to Sebastian. The cloak might have a better chance at hiding in the snow than anything else.
They're really sneaky. If there's snow cover nearby, it is useful. Otherwise, it makes you stand out. No more than, I guess, just being a person.
Well, listen, he just taps the metal. Only makes me more of a target because I'm a black spot in the snow.
Would these furs help you if I give them to you?
Do you mind messaging me the stats for that? It's been forever since I have the notes on the Arctic Chimera Pelt.
I think it's like a plus 30 to stealthing in snow.
And then like 4 cold armor, I think.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know though. Alex has better notes on that, I think.
Yeah, I know I have
I had it on a different character.
Oh, you know why I don't have it? You know why I don't have that, like the special bits? I have the stat line because I asked you for the stat line when you gave it to me. I did not ask you for the special abilities of it because that was on your sheet.
You guys are useless.
All I had you do was tell me what the stats were.
Alright, let me find it 1 second.
I might have it on Astrid's.
I would give you the one that a true hero who slayed dragons had once, but his character sheet was lost in the great purge of 2019.
Yeah. The one thing I have at least on my stat line is it lowers cold intensity by 1.
Its fortitude is 22, its presence is 85, its soft armor, it has 4 cold protection, and it gives you plus 20 to hide and stealth in snow. Thank you, Astrid.
Alright,
You do not, however, get regeneration 4, but you already have disgustingly over that, you freak of nature. In case anyone forgot you were a freak.
that doesn't necessarily stack with your shadow ability. What's the bonus your shadow give you?
It's only a 30 from the shadow.
So yeah, your shadow was better.
Okay.
But it is really cold, and so the Arctic Chimera pelt won't hurt in that regard.
No, but it would be beneficial for snow. Like I said, doesn't hurt to have a backup.
Sebastian takes it off and immediately just goes,
It's cold. I am cold.
I mean, we still have the Kongsbjorn armor from Alexei after he got his normal armor back.
true. Well, the normal armor is like decorative.
Well, yeah, he'll hand it your way. The
Okay.
Arctic Chimera floats over to you.
He gestures in appreciation and puts it on. Throws all this stuff in a bag, tosses it into his tent. Alright. Anything else for me before I go?
Let's see.
Took off armor so you're quieter. Cloak's been covered. Have earring. Have the glasses. Don't need a lantern, I would not help. Oh. Good luck. He grins. It's a little wobbly at the edges, but he grins at you.
Anas tentatively offers a hug to Finn with.
There's no tentative. If you do,
It's tentative on his end, where he's like, hug?
it's also so much easier to manhandle you because you don't have the armor on. Oh, you're weak. You're fragile. You get grabbed and held like a comfort teddy bear for a little bit while they're like checking over the last things. Get like one good squeeze before he lets you go with a pat on the back that probably sends you a little forward.
He's surprisingly solid despite how skinny he is.
Yes, it's because you're a freak of nature. We've covered this. That's why
True.
I'm not worried about break ribs. You'd be fine. Very quickly fine.
I forget, do you have actual standard regeneration yet or not? Or is it still just massive daily?
Daily's not until level up.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm on daily. Next one is going to up me to the minute regeneration.
Yeah, you get like an HP a minute.
Yeah. So as of right now, I'm on regen level 8.
You're a monster.
What's going to suck is going to a normal character this without regen levels and like, man, I miss this.
Honestly, it's the same thing. Whenever you have like mastery of some stat, you come back and you're like, huh. Because like after playing fucking Arthur, it's like, that's my notice? Really? I'm not going to see everything? Like, just nothing's going to sneak up on me ever? It's a tough, like, difference.
Doc's health concerned me. At all times, I was like vaguely aware of that is hundreds less than I was used to playing with. Luckily, his build was don't touch me. And we didn't get in combat a lot, so it's fine.
At least for the next one shot after this, you guys will still have hundreds of numbers, so you'll be fine.
Yeah. I mean, the next character I play, I'm going to have the opposite of that, where I'm like playing a little too defensively, but I have like 500 health. I'm not used to playing characters with like over 200. All my characters are like 150.
The sheer amount of power you feel having nearly 1,000 health is intoxicating and also incredibly dangerous.
Yeah.
Because you could
It
still
is.
get nuked by something in Anima, but it's getting severely less likely. I can't wait to see what the armor does. It makes it even worse.
Oof.
Ah, the Arbiter armors. Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be very good.
Because no one else knows what they do yet.
Yeah, I want to know what I inherited. So I can cry some more.
Alright. You pat Svinwith on the shoulder afterwards. I'll come back with something.
Alright. Go ahead and make a stealth roll for me, please. Okay. 190. So, as you begin your journey out, you cover yourself in shadow, moving through the darkness.
It's not too long before you're gone. You get like a message across the earring. Oh, make sure you don't smell like anything. The wargs might smell you. Careful.
Stop, like, smells his clothing.
Good luck. Bye. I mean, I'm still here, but like, bye. I don't want to distract you. And then he's gone.
Yeah. So, some rules on stealth I've refreshed myself on. People who are trying to notice you only need to get one success level below you. So stealth has a higher, like, you need to be better at stealth than their notice. It doesn't necessarily mean they'll see you, but they'll be aware of your presence if you don't get at least, like, one level above. So, as Anastasia kind of goes out into the clouds, for any of your notices, if you don't have a 140 notice, you lose sight of Anastasia shortly after he leaves camp.
Ah,
Yeah.
I have just enough.
Alexi,
I cranked it.
Alexi on the other end is just like, he's being so loud.
But I can't see shit.
If you don't have a 190, though, you don't see Anastasia, but you're aware
Okay, none of us
of his
fucking see it.
presence. Yeah. You're aware that someone's out there. You see a vague profile or, you know, whatever it may be. But yeah. So, as you're kind of going out and moving through the snow, it's strange. You feel so much lighter without your armor on. And it's been a long time, you're realizing as you're moving out through the forest that you wear your armor like all the time. As you walk around, you just see for, you know, a massive distance, just the forest around you. Your average human would be probably more intimidated by walking through a dark forest in the middle of the night. But for you, it's comforting. That feeling of a lack of light nearby. You realize traveling with humans for so long, you're always surrounded by light, and just this lack of, you know, luminous base stress just isn't here. You can actually feel like you think more clearly and move more clearly. It's just a very strange situation, and you realize that as much as you enjoy spending time with your friends and all that kind of stuff, they just like it way too bright all the time. And now it feels like you're getting your first breath of fresh air in a long time.
This is why your family bullies you.
Well, yeah, because you're also like a day walker now, which is risky and also uncomfortable in many ways.
Hey, Radovan's not in any better situation.
Radovan's in a much worse situation currently, but that's some extenuating circumstances.
Yeah. The best example for like everyone to relate to is imagine living on a desert planet where it's so hot during the day that if you're not wearing tons and tons of clothing, your skin will burn in a matter of minutes. That's kind of how it is for you traveling during the day all of the time. Having to wear tons of armor just to cover your body. It's cold, but honestly, the pelt's nice and warm. Granted, probably by now you and Sebastian have similar body temperatures, actually, now that I think about it.
We're just walking corpses.
I mean, yeah, he's got to warm himself up somehow. He never exerts himself.
Well, also, you just have a weird, gross demon heart pumping blood through your body.
That too.
Slushy machine.
As you begin approaching to the camp, you feel it before you see the light. There's just that slight pressure on like one of your frontal lobes that just indicates that you're getting close to a light source. And, you know, mere seconds later, you can see the torchlights that kind of surround the camp. They're smart. They keep most of their lights pretty low and within the barriers of the stockades they keep. As you're approaching, though, you notice something strange. You see the entryway, but there's no guards out front.
And given what we saw earlier during the exchange, there were guards out when that happened.
Yeah, they went and they retrieved the chief when you all arrived.
Is the gate like shut or is it partially open?
There's no gate. It's just an entryway into this place. You know, it's like wooden. You know, oh god, what are they called?
Pylons?
No. You know, it's like when they take the trees, they sharpen the edges and stick them in the ground to create walls.
Just big stakes.
They're kind of like stakes, but there's an actual
sense.
word for it. I can't think of it at the moment. Anyway, it's just wall and then like an entryway that's about like 15 feet across.
Stakes for an enormous-sized vampire.
Would it by chance be a palisade?
Palisades, that's what it is.
Did you Google it, Alex?
No.
He totally did.
That's too much of
No.
a college word for
Alex,
him.
you don't know what Juliended is.
That's a made-up word, and you know it.
All words are. Congratulations,
true.
you've discovered language.
Whoa.
Whoa, the world's just expanded. Yeah, the Palisades, you know, they just kind of go around and then there's a 15-foot door or like open area to enter in.
Activates the ring and lets Finwith know it's off to a great start. There's no guards outside.
That's strange.
There should be. Even if they're out in the wilds, there is still risk that we might come back. We are. Or that there are monsters out. If their dragons are not there. Do not go in right away if you can. Make sure it's not a trap. They might have just moved and made it look like they're still there. Or are hiding. Maybe the Southerners have done something. Could be weird magic. You have the glasses though, so maybe you will just see that one.
Looks through the glasses to make sure there's no magic.
You don't notice anything.
If you can, go around or try to get a high point. He like struggles for a moment. You might be able to see more.
Looking at the surroundings outside the palisades, are there any trees that look tall enough to look over?
Unfortunately not. One, because the palisades are mostly made of trees from the forest. Even if you were to climb above the wall level, you're just going to be seeing nothing but pine needles for the most part. It's a pretty well defended place. The only exception would be directly above in the air.
And no one can't come any closer because of that dragon. I'll check around for an opening in the wall, maybe.
And did we say in the life radius that the dragons were here, or were they out somewhere?
Oh, they're not here. No.
Okay. We don't have to worry about the dragons yet.
But I guess because Alexi's now officially at hundreds of miles,
Alexi, who
did
is
you
still
pick up-
definitely here at your computer,
Yeah.
did you feel the people move, or are they still in the
You
same
picked up
place?
erudition? Okay, he picked up erudition. Yeah, so Alexi knows that there are some pretty large and powerful life forces probably within a 20-mile radius of the camp.
Does it seem like the people have moved, or are they still there?
It's really hard for Alexi to tell, unfortunately. It's
They
not
didn't,
like he gets
feel
an
the movement
actually
mass?
radar. He just knows that there's a good number of sources like in that direction, but he can't necessarily gauge how far it is exactly. Rough estimations, unfortunately. Yeah.
So he passes along what he can.
Alright. I don't suppose from the angle I'm standing at, I can look slightly in the gate to see if there's anyone like just behind the wall or anything like that.
You feel you could look into the settlement if you honestly really wanted to. It's hard to notice anything specifically because of the distance you would have to stand. But you know, you can walk around a perimeter of the place quietly, and looking in, you can see that, you know, on the inside of the palisades, there's about like 3 or 4 large buildings and a variety of smaller huts. Excuse me. That are, you know, probably the individual living spaces of the sculling. When y'all were here before, you estimated that there was like 50 of them or so. You can see some lights kind of spaced around. And it's really hard to see. Make for me a search roll, please.
That is a 106.
Okay. As you're peering through, you see one large building that seems to have a lot of lights on inside, which is strange because it's the middle of the night. It doesn't seem to be like... If you were trying to sleep, it's not what you would do. and you can faintly hear the sound of growling and barks. But from this distance, you don't really see much. You see maybe something near the place, but it's highly contrasted with the light that you're perceiving. And so unfortunately, staring right at it, your eyes are just having a hard time fixing on it.
Shame none of us have light or dark magic. We just
Yeah.
fuck with everything here.
No, the one that could at least do the dark part of that is currently back in Rosencrantz. He's gonna go around to the back of the settlement.
Okay.
To the wall.
As you're moving around, you see that the palisades were pretty well built. They don't really offer much in the way of like any gaps you can look through or anything. But as you're kind of moving around towards the back of the palisade, you're starting to hear louder and louder barks, growls, and commotion. You can't tell exactly what's being said. You probably couldn't understand it even if you did. But something's going on inside.
But it still seems confined to that building specifically.
It's hard to tell from this side of the palisades. It does seem to be towards the back of the camp, whatever is happening.
Alright, as he gets to the back of the camp, he's going to not jump the palisade, but he's going to pull himself up enough that he can look over.
These palisades are 15 feet tall.
Are there shadows at the top of them from where it's contrasting with the light?
For the purpose of determining shadows, you cannot make shadows in a place that it is not cast upon the ground.
Okay. I got a decent climb.
Yeah, you can attempt to climb the palisades or a nearby tree if you'd like.
What's the closest tree?
There's actually a fair number of trees that are like 6 or 7 feet away from the palisades.
I'll do that.
Okay.
And I can't use my shadows to fix that, so...
No.
Because it's not cast on the ground.
Nope.
And this would be climb, or could I do, say, acrobatics or something like that?
It has to be climb.
Okay.
Climb or athletics. I don't remember in this system if there's an actual climb skill.
There's an actual climb. It goes acrobatics, athletics, climb, jump, ride, swim.
Okay.
That's a 141.
Coniferous trees are well known for being really hard to climb, as they don't have many low-hanging branches, and their bark is rigid but fragile. Despite this, with a sheer amount of strength and determination, you manage to make your way up higher and higher. You start getting into the dense branches of the tree at about like the 6 foot mark, and it makes it easier to climb, but you are unable to see anything outside of the tree once you get to what you feel is the approximate height that you need to be.
Could I attempt to peer through the branches?
Without actually destroying them, no. They're blocking your view. You could cut a clean part out of it with your shadow, as it is a weapon.
It is. Might as well.
Okay. Make for me a stealth roll. This time we'll be at a minus 40.
I was a 158.
Okay. Your shadow snakes out around the branches and then quickly tightens and rips them up. And there's a slight rustling sound. But your shadow is able to manipulate and move the branches in a way where they don't crash through the bough. And you can see a much easier space now into the settlement. You see the back of the building towards the gate. You can see a space you could move in with your shadow right behind the building. You don't really see much else from this angle, though.
But from the new angle, I can't see any commotion going on around the building up until then.
No, you went behind the palisade, so that's where you're at currently.
Okay. Might as well move in behind the building.
Okay. From the shadow of the tree that you're in to where you're looking, you nearly fall from your space and land on the ground there.
Do I need to make an acrobatics roll or anything?
Nope. Granted, if you didn't have teleportation, you probably could have jumped from the tree behind the building, which would have been cool too, but you have shadow powers.
Not to distract you or anything, but I was thinking about it, and you might be able to mess with the wargs with your weird, that terrible thing you did, the whistling. That's all.
I'll keep that in mind. But I'm not seeing anyone. But there's a commotion coming from the building.
As you kind of get to this point, you hear commotion. You hear the sound of what sounds like combat. You know, you hear the, like, coming behind the walls.
You just hear the Oblivion noise.
Never should.
The Minecraft Steve.
Random voice out of nowhere. Finish him.
Suddenly, souls just fly at you through the building for some reason.
Billionaire.
And you do hear, like, rabid barking and growling.
Nathan, with. Is it normal for them to have fights in a large building at this hour of night?
No. I don't think you would fight indoors. It's hard to make homes, and there's not a lot of stuff to make them out of. You could break things. Also, it's really late, and I mean, unless there was a challenge, but even that likely would not happen right then. And we try not to fight with each other. Enough enemies as is.
And are wargs normally kept inside or outside?
It depends if you have place to put them, but they are tough animals. They are normally kept angry, starved, partial.
Alright. Starts looking around for a window. Or any kind of entry point aside from a main door.
Okay, you start going around the side of the building. Sculling buildings are not well known for having windows. They're inefficient, and their buildings are not meant to last. So
They're tents, fam.
tents
So
or huts.
Finwith, yeah. Finwith does look to Alexi though. And this far, can you feel if life forces stop?
Put out his senses.
You do so. Nothing particular. You'd have to be focusing on a particular area of life forces. It's not something. It's like you see it if you're paying attention. Otherwise, they could disappear and you just won't be aware.
I don't think that's how it works. I would have to know who I'm looking at.
As you kind of start rounding the building on the sauce, you get towards the front and you stop just shy of the corner and just barely peek across. You see several wargs barking towards the entrance of this building, and a couple sculling there that are kind of monitoring the wargs, scaredly staring into the building as well.
So they're like outside the building barking towards the inside?
Yes. Whatever's
Okay.
happening inside is not sitting well with them. And you still hear the sound of combat going on inside.
Aside from hits being thrown and all of that, do I hear any sounds of like metal weapons clanging together, anything like that, or?
It feels very thumpy and very crashy. Not very slashy.
Okay.
Don't hear the sweet singing of blades.
Or the faint patters of blood or anything like that.
While rounding, I couldn't really notice any kind of weakness in this building I could exploit, could I?
The buildings are well made, but you're strong enough you could rip a wall out if you really wanted to.
Yeah, but that announces my presence, and I'm not looking to do that just yet.
You do have
Can
a
you just like
multi-tool.
cut? Can you just like cut a little?
How tall is the building?
You are aware if you try to get on the building, you'll probably fall through the thatch like roofing.
And you can't like just sit inside shadows.
Though, you have weight elimination, don't you?
Oh, you do.
I do.
So you could go over.
You could.
You could. Yeah, the building itself is not super tall. The walls seem to be about a 10-foot height. They do have like a sloping, kind of steep-ish roof. It's like a 45-degree angle roof. But with the sheer amount of thatch on there, you could easily grab hold and, not have much problems. Think of the houses in Valheim. Very similar buildings.
Alright, he will attempt to do that. If anything, get a vantage point from the roof.
Okay. I will need a jump check, please. Very rarely use skill, but this is the opportunity.
Everybody else jumps a skill.
Yeah, right.
Swimming's a skill.
Damn it, I could have given you the excellent climbing tools. Wouldn't need any of this jump nonsense.
I was about to ask, what do you guys think is the weirdest skill that is in Anima? But I remembered law exists,
Yeah,
and specifically goldsmithing.
Yep.
sure.
Well, goldsmiths were also known as like jewelers as well. So goldsmithing encompasses the working of jewels and such.
Why not
That's okay, I don't need those climbing tools.
Yes,
Not
but the
just
fact that you have to
craft.
explain that is a problem for a general skill in
I mean,
an
that's-
have a
RPG.
craft skill.
for World Chapter 2, I'm gonna do some heavy edits of the Anima system to cut some of the chaff, make some of the rules a little bit more sensical. I'm gonna make the game a lot better, and I'll have it all written down in actual rules that everyone can read.
I spent a while telling another DM about Anima and had to like boil it. Like after explaining enough about it and showing him the character sheet, I had to go back to the like, listen, it's the best tabletop that you should never let somebody play.
Yeah.
Not without being handheld through it.
Well, again, you
He
guys
said
don't like
he said the
Anima.
cursed words. I kind of want to try it now,
Yeah.
but doesn't sound like it's up my alley. And I'm like, oh, we all thought that too, and yet here we are.
I'll say it time and time again. You don't like Anima. You like my Anima. It's a very different game. Trying to play Anima. Like I said, well, one day we'll do like a legitimate combat session for Anima. As book rules as written. And,
You can't do that to us until we deserve the punishment.
maybe that'll be a table talk. The whole table talk is just one combat of Anima. Rules as written. That would be interesting.
Anyway, you
but anyway.
clambering up a fucking hut.
Yeah. With that jump, yeah, easily enough you manage to grab up onto the edge and pull yourself up with no real effort. The thatch roof is... You feel pretty confident that if you really wanted to, you could dig your fingers in and, like, peer into the building at any point.
He does so.
Okay. You wriggle your fingers in and kind of pull some of the thatch apart, hoping it doesn't drop any debris or anything on...
Could I use my shadow in a sense instead where it could hold it?
It doesn't matter. No matter what you do. You're because the thatch is kind of like plastered with like mud and such, and then laid atop. So.
Okay.
You know what? One sec, I have to use the restroom before this next part, so leave you with some slight
great.
suspense.
Oh, there's definitely not going to be a cinematic, you guys.
I'll be right
No.
back. It's gonna be a minute.
Autosave, please.
Wait, why is there a save point on this roof?
Oh, there's no save points in Anima. There's no save scumming. The power in the shadows don't like that.
I just
No time to-
realized you could have gotten corporeal and stuck your head in if you wanted to as well.
Not with the
Save
amount
that
of key
key.
that's
Save
in.
that key.
Yeah, no, that key's getting held on to so I can run.
That's
There is
fair.
something in there. There is a whole ass dragon just kind of hanging out. Prop baby. That'd be kind of funny. There is something fucky.
It's just a teddy bear destroying people in there.
This is where we find that Black Sun has one of their zombies in here and it's just beating the shit out of whoever's in here.
Why won't you die? Raises again.
I will also be right back.
It's just us and them. It's just us.
Alright, well. I guess with the more seniority in the GM department, everybody gets level 13.
Oh, oh hell yeah! I'm only level 11, so that actually helps out a lot. I could really use that quick little boost. I would bump up my psychic powers. I'd probably get myself Zen, which means I can actually increase my attributes a little higher. Finally, I can not have a 13.
I do think, though, for the next chapter of Anima, if I'm going to continue running the system, I have to update it at this point.
I don't blame you.
There's too many terrible systems that need to be
honestly
amended.
Well, I mean, now good luck getting yourself partnered with the Anima company at all.
They might fucking hire me because the rules I make will probably be better than what they're working on.
It's not hard.
It's not. I I'm gonna be taking a lot of the similar systems, not like action economy systems, but a lot of like Pathfinder's systems, like how their crafting works and everything like that.
I won't be able to build a house in an afternoon anymore.
No. I mean, to be fair, that's not even in the rules. There's nothing there. There's nothing. It just says you can make it in like you can do it in like an hour if you do this kind of check or whatever, which is dumb. It's a huge penalty, but when you have someone with Zen level crafting abilities, it's possible, and it just makes no sense. So, I'm gonna be cutting a lot of the chaff on a lot of the skills in general, and I'm gonna be kind of doing like what D&D and Pathfinder does, which is just have some lesser skills, but that are more orientated towards a wider breadth of things. Like rather than having hide and stealth or sneak be 2 different skills, just have a stealth skill.
I did find that dumb.
Survival, rather than track, animal handling, all that kind of stuff, just condensed down. And it's not really a problem either, because the way you do Anima as is, your characters don't get that many skills anyway, and there's such a wide breadth that it just, more often than not, you're not gonna have a party that has all the skills kind of rounded out for them. So a lot of the next chapter will be me cutting the chaff on a lot of rules, and also removing the limited key abilities, so that you have to spend more key to do those same actions. Because like limited attack, limited block, all that kind of stuff makes characters really hard to deal with in general in the system. I don't want to remove them, I just want to increase the price. And honestly, doing the non-limited versions seems a lot more balanced. So, but I will also have everything written out so that everyone can actually, have it available to look at.
Now, what is your take on traps? How are we working on that one?
I can make traps. I can make a level buy system for traps and what they do.
Need assistance working on the disease table? I'm still mad about that.
Yeah, the non-existent disease table. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they give us a spell for disease, but they don't give us anything to work with.
You know what's worse? They have all the components they need to make diseases literally in both the monster book section and the key section, because you can do these supernatural states. And yeah, so you could do it that way. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of work that's going to go into it. So after the Arbiter one shot, I will probably take like a month off to organize all the rules and such. But anyway, now that everyone's here, you peer inside, looking in through. Suddenly, it goes to first-person camera mode. It looks in cinematically through the hole, and you see a tall man. Wait, no. It's not a man. They're tall, nearly 7 foot tall and muscular. But they definitely have some feminine features. And some long, kind of like the Viking dread, ginger-colored hair. She is currently surrounded by a bunch of unconscious or barely or heavily damaged sculling. And she seems to be staring down Torsten. who's kind of sitting there doing his best to look composed upon his throne next to the older man that you saw before. And on top of that, you see next to his seat 2 horns that seem to be intricately carved. One that is red and one that is blue. They're talking in Goldarian. The woman speaks in a very deep not raspy, but like she's got some gravel to her, the tone in her voice. You can't really see much given your angle in consideration. And they seem to be having some kind of argument.
Attempts to repeat the language to Finwith to see if he can translate.
All right. Roughly, but through a little bit of deliberation, and just for the sake of keeping things smooth, we'll just have the scene translated.
We're experts. We took a hidden proficiency. None of you guys saw, but we put like 100 points into specifically just the scene. One-to-one cost.
So, are you satisfied now, Chief? Can I contend for your position? You have no warriors left. She motions around. Torsten sitting there. Hand to his face, thinking desperately. He stands up. So, what does the Red Witch want with my spot? You've always been a lone wolf up until this point. You were even not there when we were fighting at the great battle. Now you want to take us over? What's your aim? The woman places fists on her hips and sighs. Whether you believe it or not, I have my pride as a sculling. And watching some blue feather act all high and mighty. And not only that, leading so weakly has started to get under my skin. If you weren't such a weak leader, I wouldn't even have to be here. She lets out a long sigh. She seems very composed for someone who took on probably a greater 30 men just a moment ago.
Man, these sculling women are strong.
So, are we gonna fight, or are you just gonna keep stalling for time with your words? Torsten goes, and he picks up one of the horns, and he's like, if I blow on this, you'll be destroyed. She pops her neck, and she's like, well, then I'll make sure to put you through 10 minutes of hell until they get here. I promise you, you'll suffer much less if you don't blow on that horn. He stops, He thinks about it for a moment and he sets it down. He takes a deep breath. And he's like, fine, just go retrieve a weapon. I won't fight an unarmed woman. He goes and he pulls up a rather nice looking longsword. And she gets into a deep stance, her fingers extended, more like a crouching animal than an actual fighter. And she says, real beasts don't need anything but claws and fang. And he gets his weapon and he gets ready, and she says, are you ready? I'm not gonna have you counting me as surprising you when I take you out. And he's just like you could. Don't get ahead of yourself, witch. And she just says, just say that you're ready. He sits there and he's stalling for a moment. She just waits there, like a cat ready to pounce. He takes a deep breath in and he goes, fine, I'm ready. And then in a moment, before he even finishes the word, she moves a good 20 feet in a fraction of a second, grabbing his arm and his face and planting him several feet, or not, like a foot and a half in the ground. It's a one-hit KO. She wrenches the weapon from his hand, which he's still holding despite being unconscious, and tosses it to the side. She then leans down and picks him up. Torsen was not a small individual. Many of the Goldarians you've seen up until this point are over 6 feet tall. She lifts him up and off of his feet. She turns to the old man who's been kind of at his side this whole time, cowering, and just looks at him and she says, enough of your tricks. I know you're not one of us. He seems to run his tongue across his teeth in his mouth for a moment and looks up at her. He says something, but he speaks very quietly. It's very hard to hear.
Don't suppose I could attempt to strain my hearing to see if I could hear it?
Sure, make a search roll.
No. That is a 65.
He speaks in a very low and soft voice. At this distance, it's just too hard to hear. And even worse yet, it's not in a language that you innately understand. And so translating him back to Finwith is just... you don't know what's being said, and you just don't know what to say. There's a brief moment where a bunch of energy is welling up around him that you can see through the glasses. And then suddenly there is a flash of light, and you see a speck take off at a high speed, and you can't even track it, as he seems to teleport out of there.
Fucking dipped.
To be fair, I would have run too.
Fucking casters.
Fucking southern casters.
The woman begins like carrying Torsten out through the building. Many of the men kind of waking up and seeing this. As she kind of gets towards the entryway, you kind of follow after as quietly as you can. When she gets to the door where the growling and barking wargs are, you don't see anything, but the wargs suddenly shut up before she walks out and then throws Torsten out onto the ground, and then very mercilessly, very callously, she begins kicking him out of the village, just one stroke at a time. Everyone around is watching, all the non-combatants, watching from their homes, as one painful kick after another, Torsten's body just ragdolls across the ground. Until finally, after traveling for several hundred feet, he finally gets kicked out of the gate. She says something along the lines of, loosely translated, "You're banished. The Skulling have no need for such flighty, weak birds." Before she turns around, walks back to the chief's hut. She goes and sits upon the throne that he had made. And with a loud voice that echoes for hundreds of feet, she tells everyone to get the fuck out. And all the unconscious men, all the injured men, suddenly snap awake and panically leave the hut.
If you give a play-by-play of any sort, Vivid, has mostly been, keeping everybody else up to date, but, has kind of stopped at the point of, seeing everything that's going on beyond, oh, so there's this chick beating the fuck out of this guy, all these people. And then, at some point he just stops describing it for everybody, besides, muttering to you the translations that you're requesting. And after all of this, there's just a fuck. At least in Goldarian, but...
Don't need any translations for that.
No, the inflection's there.
Plus, the first words you learn in any language is typically the curse
Oh,
words,
yeah.
so
Well, you
even
guys have definitely been
Sebastian
traveling
knows.
with Finn with, Sebastian knows, has probably picked up cuss words, if only, their offensive thing you say. He might not know the exact meaning, because he doesn't give a shit.
No.
Alexi's definitely gotta know.
Fuck is a very ambiguous term anyway. It doesn't mean any one thing.
Yep.
Fair.
It's all in the inflection, too.
Ooh, what's wrong?
The chief is gone. Banished. There is a new chief now. and she scared off the elder was not actually sculling. It's one of the southerners, but used magic to escape very quickly.
How does this bode for us?
I don't know. We did not talk to her, we talked to him. But I do not know if the new chief will use the dragons or stay waiting if the southerners will try to take the dragons' control back or if have more control. There are too many, but we don't know enough.
Then we should probably talk to this new chief then.
That will probably be most likely the case, yes.
And thus, when we were talking to them before, did you see her in the group?
Do I remember seeing her in the group at all?
No, you would have noticed her right away if she had been present.
No, she was not. But based off the translation you gave me, it sounds like she wasn't. She just showed up to take over. And that was it. Just out of nowhere.
The time is weird. I
Well,
guess
there was a point in the whole thing where you understood what was happening. When she was called the Red Witch, you're very familiar with that terminology.
Oh, okay. Okay, I wasn't sure if I knew the title or anything.
You're not sure as to why, but you do understand why your mother left
Yeah.
your clan in the first place. As something that you would know. Your mother and your father always heavily disagreed about the teachings of schooling as a whole, but also the teachings of the Destroyer. Your father always believed in heavily that the acclamation of power, by any means, whether it's working together, whether it's learning new skills, whether it's anything, is the true lesson that the dragons taught. That to be Apex, you just have to be better, no matter what it is. Your mother, on the other hand, believed that personal power was Apex, and relying on others, relying on information gathered from other people, pretty much relying on anyone to hand you power was...
Sorry, I opened my phone and I had your Twitch on when I was in the bathroom.
I see. Was weakness. Dragons are, by their very nature, solitary creatures. And the sculling should push for, individual strength more than
Or more
anything
cutthroat
else.
than community.
Yeah. If anything, your mother best represented the bestial side of what the sculling represented.
Great. So yeah,
Also
fit with...
know, she
go
was
ahead.
the one who taught you how to fight fisticuffs when you were younger.
Yeah. Well, my dad certainly wasn't doing it.
Nope, he taught you how to be a shaman instead.
So, yeah. He kind of goes off the rattle of, stuff. And there's, this, heavy pause that Anas probably can't pick up through the earring, but in the room is very, very tangible. As he seems to, mull over something for a moment.
I have a feeling Sebastian might get a rough idea due to his stupid insight.
But we have other problem. I don't think that talking will go super well. He kind of looks over at Alexei and Sebastian. His posture, obviously, and like his mannerisms are obviously self-soothing. Is like he's trying to like get himself like chill enough to just say it. It's like, the new chief, she is called the Red Witch. Her name is Sina Ferax. And she is also my mother.
I'm trying to remember because I don't want like meta conversation to happen. I believe Finley has explained a bit about their mom.
Finwith, not Finley. Other game.
Yeah, you're correct. Oh god.
You've only done it twice, to be fair.
Have they explained a bit about their mother though? I can't remember if that was
he
outside
has
talk or not.
mentioned her very, very like short little bits, mostly about moms being terrifying. But also, like, you gotta have respect for your mom.
How can you not after witnessing her beat up an entire group of people with just her fists?
Well, now you
and then
have
just throw the chief.
now you have more reason. He was just like, you shouldn't fuck with your mom anyway. She's like, she brought you into the world. She could take you back out of it. The age-old mother threat.
I take that this is trouble. As he's like, I am obviously eyeing Alexei, knowing what families are like.
Well, she just made a small crater the size of a man, so she took on about 30 men by herself. My mother does not need people to take care of her. She does a lot of roaming on her own.
Before she officially left, she would be gone for years at a time before coming back only for maybe a week or so before heading out again. It wasn't until you're 13, 14 years old that she just didn't come back one day.
She is the lone wolf that no one else is. She can back it up. She is gone for years at the time when I was younger. And once I was older, just left. She disagreed.
Your father did say one thing, and in part it was the reason why they were ever together in the first place. There is no one who respects the skulling way of life more than your mother. She just doesn't really take part in the whole clan aspect of it.
So help clarify for everybody. She is what a skulling should be in the whole, but she only takes it as one. It is only about her strength. Your strength is your problem.
Huh. Then I guess from the translation she is back because she didn't like how things were being run.
There were southerners who were telling a chief what to do. It's an insult. And she has just taken more power. Though I don't know if she will take controlling the dragons as her power or taking help from something else. Dragons hold a special place. I'm not exactly sure. It has been a long time since I have seen her. The easiest way to get her to listen would be to beat her in the challenge and prove that you're stronger. If she just doesn't go rabid and tries to tear out your throat. But it would have to be just one person. And I do not know how strong my mother is now.
If I could see her, I might be able to figure that out. I have a good eye for that.
Do not touch the ground if you are near her, please.
Hearing what I've heard, a one-on-one confrontation would leave me dead, regardless of if she tried or not.
She fights well with herself. Like I do, but I steal pieces of things. She just mimics them. Like I do.
Well, it does sound like that this might be a challenge, especially for you, yes?
He looks at you almost like betrayed for a moment, like you've put the spotlight back on him about this. But he just kind of like shrinks, a little bit of the fight goes out. I do not know how I am going to argue with my mother if I cannot argue with someone else. What if I'm too weak? What if my mother just beats me in one hit and then I have not come anywhere? He like throws up both of his hands. Like you can see him getting a little frustrated now.
Alexei puts both his fists on his hips. He's like, no, I don't want to hear any of that. Finwith weak. He spits on the ground.
That is not me weak. He like slams a fist down. It's like, my mother might think me weak though. Weaker than her at least, which is the same thing. But we still have come no closer to fixing the problems with the dragons and the sculling, and I don't know what my mother is going to do as a chief. She doesn't care about the people under her. She cares about the sculling way and about herself. It's been a long time. My mother did not really talk about her feelings a lot. Besides the angry ones. Though he doesn't look upset necessarily about that. There's like a tinge of nostalgia every now and then when he gets frustrated about something that like then snaps back to being on shore. I'm just glad she did not see us talk to the chief earlier.
Would have left a bad.
I don't want to think about it.
So, should I wait to grab the horns?
He just flops back. And he's like,
Anas has probably not heard half of this conversation since you guys are speaking out loud, but it's more of the process of, should I wait till she leaves?
Well, when he was
these obviously look important.
When he was originally telling everybody about the like working it up to the like, that's my mom, he had it like where you could hear, and so he wouldn't have thought to just stop it. So no, you got the whole thing. You were included in all of this. Awkwardly just standing on a roof. Waiting for the like, you can come back or nah. But Finwith just kind of flops back and he's just, I don't know if you can get the horns. He just looks at Sebastian. Like, he is not there to tell you if it is stupid or not. Can your shadow not just drag it through shadow?
Actually, now that things have calmed down a bit, Can I get a decent look at the horns and see if there's magic radiating off of these?
Yes. When you take some time to do so, you definitely see, like, each horn has a sheen to it that seems to emanate magic. It doesn't radiate, per se. It's almost as if the horns themselves are made of some kind of magic material.
Even if I could get our hands on one of them, that would give us a decent fighting chance.
Fight a dragon with another dragon. Ah,
Hey, it might work.
I mean, yeah.
that would be super cool to see. There's like a smile fighting on his face.
The question.
Then he remembers that the other Frostcaller are there to hear all of this. It just doesn't look at them. He completely forgot those people existed.
Yeah, Mimir has just
Well,
been
having
quietly listening the whole time, and Ursula's
Enjoying the family drama.
gone through a series of emotions. She's also trained in medicine, though, so she's also been tending to Golan's injuries and such up until this point. But yeah, they're looking at you, and you feel at least Ursula's, like, moderately judging you.
It just sits there frustrated for a moment, looks over, and just, my mother could kick your ass. I could probably kick your ass. Don't look at me like that.
She huffs. She just shakes her head, and she just says, "Don't put your insecurities on me." And she
He
continues
just
working on
sits
Caleb.
up, throwing his hands. It's just stupid. You can tell Anas to get the... No, because if Anas tries to get the horn, and she says anything, that you still need me to translate. Sebastian, do you think that Anas should try to grab the horn? I think it would be cool, but I am not... Can you get away from her with the horn?
Anything on my person becomes incorporeal if I turn into mist.
Oh, that's right, you can do the mist thing. It fucked with the vampires good. Maybe it will work with this.
Sebastian's gonna try to think if this is a good idea. He's gonna try to plan this out.
Sure.
I mean, the end answer is... We don't know how to fight two dragons. But if we had a dragon, we Pokemon battle. Except the trainers are also duking it out.
That would be so cool. Let's see here. Let's make a good old tactics. $320. Actually, not even like go to the cap. I got $320 exactly.
That's funny.
You think it over. Fenwith's mom is a huge unknown, and given her what you described before, she seems at least incredibly perceptive. She was able to notice this individual is not who they seem to be. You think anyway that Anastasia is capable of handling themselves. You guys are really strong. If you guys ran into someone as strong as you guys are, that's a problem. Not to say that she's not capable of injuring Anastasia. You're also aware that Anastasia cannot grab objects while incorporeal, so it can't be halfway phase through a wall to grab something.
You would have to like jump down there, grab it, and then go incorporeal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if she notices and grabs the horns before Anastasia can do anything about it, it's just a straight botch. So, your estimations are thus. If you want to have any chance of possibly talking to her about the whole situation, it's best not to sully that ground before trying. If the negotiation doesn't go well, then you can try to steal them. But more than likely, at least right now, her senses are probably tuned up after a fight. So
Yeah. He thinks it over for a minute. Just, it's too much of a risk. There's too many unknowns here. Besides, you would make your presence known if you were even going to grab it, then turn incorporeal. Currently, it seems like no matter what you do, she might immediately see you. If we're going to possibly handle this diplomatically, that would be a massive misstep. If we're going to do something with the horns, we should at least do it after any possible talks. Besides, there's an idea I already have forming. If we can't steal the horns, I might be able to at least render them inoperable at the time of their use. I can destroy things from a distance. Or at least quickly move them a place they're not going to be able to be found.
He translates that, but in, like, Intelligence 5 talk.
Don't do it, Mom will fuck you up. She can see you. So, we'll try again.
She's
if this
pumping
doesn't
with
go well.
adrenaline. Retreat for now.
Looks around. Okay.
And be careful leaving, just in case she knows you're already there and tries to follow or anything. I would rather talk to her on our terms and not hers.
you don't have any concern about that, Anastasia. The second you get on the forest
Yeah, you
floor,
can just warp.
you can go anywhere you want.
It's just don't walk back. Just
Yeah.
normal.
At least a good distance. I can only do it for a short time. Enough to not leave tracks close enough to start looking into it. Before I do, can I take a quick glance, at least from what I can see from the hole I've made, around the room, see if there's anything else I need to take note of?
I mean, besides the nice-looking weapon that Torsten was using, which is still there, it has a variety of, like, trophies, pelts, status signs for Goldarians kind of set up. Nothing that's like built in or anything. It's stuff that, if they wanted to, they could take it down in a day and then haul it off somewhere. No gaudy large statues, no nothing like that.
In this house, we're mock taxidermists. Thank you.
Another question before I leave, just so in case I have to come back and do this. Does the chief stay in the hut, in this large hut, all night, or do they have their own sleeping place?
It doesn't seem this is where they sleep. Though, speaking of that, Finwith's mom is just sitting on the throne. Looking like in deep contemplation, or just innately just being upset. It's really hard to tell. Their bitch face and their thinking face are kind of the same face.
Personal thoughts to himself was more along the lines of, now I see why Finwith doesn't want to talk about his mom. Alright. Back I go then.
I didn't talk about my mom because nobody ever asked.
Well, that and from the sound of it, it was a sore subject.
Well, my whole family thing is kind of sore. What with the, mostly all dead.
Anyway, Sase, roll for me acrobatics to leap from the building over the,
Smooth
the
segue.
the 5 foot palisade.
Do I really need to have a flat 150?
Yes, because you can always botch.
Roll acrobatics to dodge that conversation.
169.
Nice.
It's not super glorious. You jump from the hut. You kind of have to scramble over the palisade though, but by the time you drop on the other side, you manage to, dip into a shadow and appear a good distance away before doing several times. Your trail is untrackable.
And heads back to camp.
Okay.
Does not audibly grumble about the fucking level 4 over there trying to judge me for being scared of my Bob.
She's level 6.
Sorry, level 6. I'm twice her fucking level. Cry
Yeah,
about
but
it.
she's still level 6. She's still one of the top, 10% most powerful people in the
And
world.
we could eat her.
Yeah, you guys are really strong. Like I said, honestly, if Anastasia wanted to, it probably would have been a fight with Anastasia's favor against your mom.
Yeah. Well, again, Finwith does not know that.
That's true.
He has the eyes of a child looking at their scary fucking mom from years ago, like, oh no, she's always been tough as shit. If I've gotten this strong in this little of time, like, what the fuck's she been doing? God knows. Admittedly, Finwith has got a lot stronger because he has a whole party to help him take on things above his kith and kin, which goes to show you, Mom, what happens.
It's true.
Also, Anas is freakishly hard to kill
also
because he's a vampire.
That impact weapon also would be very useful against her because it could throw her a good few feet if she's not careful.
Yeah, like I said, you guys are at a point in the game now that if you really wanted to, you could brute force most situations.
I don't want to kill my mom.
That's why you use the flat side of the blade, because then it's blunt force and we don't have to worry about breaking anything. We just have to worry about some mild concussion.
Your family can't be killed, except by very exacting means.
Yeah, Anastasia has a very different way of dealing with things. It's like,
To be fair,
I chopped their arm off, it's fine.
I also dealt with your family like that. It's like, oh, I can just take them like a chew toy and rip the squeaker out, they'll be fine? Cool. That's all that the Servants do. They just take out the squeaky toy. But yeah.
It's tradition.
Squeak.
Anyway, now Swerve's back at camp, hopefully without anyone following him.
Hey, does that mean that Sebastian is... What? Never mind. Don't worry
No,
about
you've done it again.
Anyway.
Now you gotta go through with it. At least type it.
Oh, I was referring to Sebastian having his heart ripped.
Oh, no. That did happen.
Now Nas can't be around him because the sound of his heart is a little unnerving.
But yeah, when you return, Finwith is just like cross-legged, like elbows on his knees, head in his hands.
Just plops down next to him.
I don't want to have to fight my mother. I already did not want to fight the Skulling. I definitely do not want to fight her.
You know, you don't have to. Me or Alexi could easily try to take her in a fight if you wanted.
He sighs and like it straightens his posture some. I will always have your help, but I do not know if I could let you fight her without good reason first. We will just have to try to talk to her. And if not, then we try to take the horns. We probably try to take the horns anyway. Maybe she will hear sense without the suddenness. at least about the end coming. If Ragnarok is to come, then there are more important things than hunting Huffman.
True, but I don't know if she'd give up the horns willingly. Just based on the fact of she's earned it. She's gained it on her own. To take away a trophy would probably be an insult, without good reason.
We'll have to see what she wants. And if it comes down to it, then then she'll have to be challenged, I guess.
Places a hand on your shoulder. Just something to keep in mind. Don't count yourself out as far as strength goes. You've learned from a lot of creatures. Heck, you can throw me and Alexi around like chew toys.
Thinks about Alexi almost bisecting him in one shot.
Alexi's another story. He's a monster on his own right.
We are all kind of a lot.
True.
He just doesn't look like much.
Hey, no.
I think Finwith was pointing at Sebastian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it just adds more to the scene. Points at Sebastian and Lexi going, hey!
He's going through Frostcolor training. He will be strong soon.
He is a lot more buckets away from being Frostcollier.
I'm not doing that again.
But you were doing so well.
No.
You didn't pass out right away, which is a good sign.
Be a spy in a whole city of vampires, and then slay gate guards, and complete the test of a god.
I forget how nuts some of your guys' accolades are.
Oh, and we did not kill the Angel of Madness, but we did survive it. There's like a footnote asterisk like left in the air. He just doesn't.
The two Frostcollier are just looking on at you guys. They just perplexed expression.
A siege of undead on the village, and that's before you even cared about anybody.
He nods. But we're a lot stronger than when we started this journey. So there's a good chance you at least would be able to go toe-to-toe with her.
Besides, if I can actually see her, I should be able to tell you if you can match up.
If it came down to it, I would want to be the one to do it anyway.
Oh, before I forget, he takes off the earring
I have
and
to.
tosses the earring to Sebastian.
Catches in midair, just floats over.
Also passes the pelt back to you, and the glasses back to Alexi.
Oh, right.
From
I don't know why it is so much better, though.
From what it sounds like, if you weren't the one to challenge her, it wouldn't end well.
He just shrugs. What we really need to do is, we need an option. They have to be able to do something. The Scullings still need a place to live, place to hunt. Somewhere to be where they are okay enough. Even if you could talk them out of raiding, they still have to be able to live. They will never move if not. They won't stop raids if not. The Sculling die for no one else.
I don't suppose there's anywhere that could be given to them. In a sense, this forest is the best option they would have. But that affects everyone else that trades on the road. And I don't think them going towards any of the other settlements would be beneficial. It would probably worsen, in their eyes, worsen their reputation if the Sculling moved closer.
And I don't know if the Sculling would go back to our home. Or if they could. If the Baldasang figured out they had come back, I don't know. They might go ahead and try to wipe them out, so they never have the problem again. Worse, if they come back with dragons, they won't be able to. There have to be a way for Sculling to be Sculling. And it is not like there is just a Gehenna forest laying around here.
There were, oh no, that's a different campaign. Never mind.
True, but there's got to be somewhere in these mountains they can go. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the region to know if there is any decent place for them. The only places I know of are the places we've been, and where we've got to go to deal with Ringham.
There is a lot of unused space in Hoffman, but I don't know. I think he would be the most knowledgeable of what it would be to let Sculling be Sculling, I suppose. And then there's the thought that if your mother has the same ideals in that regard.
I also don't know how the Frost Collier would feel about having the schooling next door. Not unless they're all in agreement that it's the better option.
I can tell you all right now that's not going to be acceptable. Despite if they become reformed of some kind, Ursula kind of waves her hand dismissively. They're still long-time criminals. Many of which have committed murder on more occasions than any of them could probably count to.
Then, do you happen to know of an area they could go that they would not be of too much trouble to others, and still keep their ways? Aside from murder.
They could go to the Frozen Wall. The Frozen Wall is like in a big shelf of ice that's purely inhospitable land. It would be a death sentence, even to the hardiest of folk. Amir just huffs. He was like, "Your mother, right?" And looks at you, Fenwith.
He nods.
Was she one much for raiding?
She did not go with the raids. She would be gone for a long time in between. Sometimes years she would be gone. Roaming, hunting. I don't know if she ever attacked people on the wayside, but he kind of shrugs. I don't know if she would need to.
Well, if she were to try to teach anyone anything, what do you think she would try to do?
She would want people to be like her, able to take care of self. bettering self above anything. Not having to rely on the group.
He nods. He's smoking his pipe. I have a feeling that we won't have to worry about too much. And kind of just relaxes and settles back.
He just wants to grab him and be like, but she's my mom! I have to worry. He does not.
Well, if we have nothing to worry about, and if they're not going to be raiding, who's to say they're not fine where they are? They would just have to not be in control of the dragons and not...
We will just have to get rid of the dragons. Maybe we can convince her. She and my father did not agree about much of anything. He just kind of shrugs. I used to not agree with my father. I used to think more like my mother. I cared about my people, but I did not think like my father. Maybe we can convince her of what she already believes. If dragons are the apex, then to be the best as a school intends, then you have to be better than dragons. Controlling them with magic is not that. We don't control wargs with magic. You train them after you best them. You raise them to serve. Maybe we just convince her to fight the dragons with us. It is the greatest hunt.
That's more in line with what I was thinking. We might be able to do that.
There could be no greater boast.
Besides, someone like that and the sculling in general could be very useful for Ragnarok.
True, but that's if they survive the dragon fight. Anyone, even Frost Couliers going into that fight, can be easily suicide if it's not planned out properly. So even if we have them backing us, we still need to plan on how to fight the dragons. So we'll need to take that in consideration. There will be a lot of casualties if they just go into the fight headlong.
Trust me, I am well aware.
You will also have to know that if we do convince her or any others to fight the dragons, the chance of them listening to careful plans, it depends on who they think more like. But maybe convinced. People are smarter than animals. People can be smarter than dragons. You have already fooled one.
Looking over all of this seems more and more likely as we talk about it.
Using the dragons on leash would not be as impressive as killing dragons and using the trophies taken from them. Good weapons and armor can be made out of them. As like proof, he just gestures over to the black dragon scale armor.
Well, something is concerning me. How did the Southerners gain control of a dragon? From what, at least, the library said, these are great and strong creatures, and are magic-based and very powerful and intelligent. How do you gain control of not one, but two, with the same method?
Maybe the horns are a piece of them. Maybe they are able to mess with their souls. Use their spirits. I don't know how you leash a dragon. But it has to be strong magic.
So, from what you've described, double check, make sure I say it right.
Do you remember Skullenbert having like anything like that?
No. But then again, you never really knew Skullenbert. You only ever saw
Yeah.
him on the day of the final battle.
Yeah.
From what you've described, the sculling that were currently there and their chief Thorsten, they are banished. They're outside of the camp right now.
The chief? Yes.
So
Not the rest of them.
why don't we ask him?
You want to go save him and ask him about the Southerners?
Not save him.
You
him
have
tell
to
us
have him
information.
alive to talk.
I'm aware.
But do you?
He's just... he just shakes his head a little bit.
That is not a bad plan, actually. Though,
If you want to do that, you should do it quickly before he freezes to death. If he is not already dead from how much she beat the shit out of him.
Not to mention kicking him all the way out of the village.
That was part of the beating.
Though.
Actually, that's a good question. On my way out, was he still outside the gate, like, in pain from his wounds, or did he seem like he was moving on?
He was probably still recovering by the time you came. I mean, the man turned into a literal, like, garden gnome for a second there. Planted in the ground before then getting his shit kicked across a football's field.
How is Celeste so big now?
Time.
I want to say she's bigger than Ripley.
She also has her winter coat.
Yeah, she's really poofy right now, too.
They're all bigger than Dove by a lot.
No. I can simply go grab him then.
If you want,
he'll
you have
just
the earring, so
he'll just as further discussion goes on, he's going to fly out there and go find Thorsten. He can probably really easily track him down.
just hovers above the trees, stops.
Can you
takes
see in
up.
the dark? Is it a moonlit night? I'm the only
The
one with
forest
dark
is
vision.
very dark. If Alexei went, you guys could probably find him, because Alexei has had enough time with him to probably recognize his aura now. Faintly. He'll probably forget it before too long, but still
Well, you two
relatively
can
fresh.
just go float there, and Alexei can find him, and you can just float him back too.
I do have one concern, though, about getting information from him. So one of the biggest things, if I recall from... Oh god, was that earlier? Yeah, that would have been earlier in the day that we had the negotiations, right?
Yeah, because this
Yeah.
is like the same night.
Okay. One of the things that didn't go was the fact that the Sculling don't have anything to lose. So what happens when a Sculling chief who has nothing to lose actually loses everything? It might be nothing, but I thought I should bring it up just in case.
It would be. My skill set wouldn't allow me to reason with that. Only interrogations I could do are physical threats.
I
Yes.
think that's all of us, and he just motions to the group.
He has nothing else. Either he gives us information or he does not. We can try whatever way we want. But for him alone and just a bird hunter, I do not know if he will survive.
I still have all the rations your mother gave me when we left. As he looks to Alexei, we could offer him, in exchange for information, a trade. Some rations for him to start on his way, maybe offer him warmth of a fire for the night, and then he can go on his way.
We could go the more cultural routes, I suppose.
Show that we're willing to talk and not just fight.
It is worth a try. The source of most information that we have, I believe. Alright. I suppose you want to do the thing, right? He looks over to Sebastian.
You mean interrogate him?
No, I mean, were you carrying me or are we just heading over there normally?
I think it would be faster if we just flew. As you begin to levitate as well.
Alright.
Ursula is just like, what are these people? Like, Sebastian doing it by himself is like, okay, that's weird, but I've seen monsters that could probably do something like that before. The fact that you are all just like, this is just a thing is just weird.
That's not even the weirdest thing.
Oh
Or
yeah,
the
no.
newest.
There's like, he doesn't look directly at her, but there's still the, you ever want answers?
I mean, she also did see Sebastian standing in the middle of like a cave, creating a cave system. Like,
Again, it's
Yeah.
just when it became a party aspect, when you start giving other people the same kind of powers, it just got weird.
She had gotten used to all of us having weird powers, not people being able to share their weird powers. Because now it's like, what can you do to her?
Right. So.
And how many of your powers can you share? Can all of you just, like, body horror, but also move at Mach 11?
You've just only added to the weird theories around Sebastian being a werewolf. It's just the weirdest werewolf ever.
Yeah.
I don't remember this in the stories.
Anyway.
My favorite werewolf power is the one that lets them move people with their mind.
Yeah, I definitely remember that from Werewolf the Apocalypse.
I'm pretty sure that's why that game failed. I think it's because they forgot
You
that.
know,
Oh, they didn't.
back
Poor concept.
a long time ago in my edgy days, there's some pretty weird vampire and werewolf forums that they can do whatever people think they want them to do. It gets weird.
Yeah.
Oh god, cringy. Anyway, so yeah, you guys take off through the tree line and
Go fishing for a Torsten.
Yeah. I found actually a really good way to explain how like key detection and erudition can work. So imagine a radar in like any kind of like first person shooter game or whatever like that. Though rather than little dots appearing on the screen, they just appear as the arrows pointing like on the edges of it. And the size of the arrow is how close or far away they are from you. That's
So
about
you know
the
exactly where they are
accuracy.
until you're on top of them.
Yeah. That's about the accuracy of key detection and erudition. With the erudition, I guess, some of the arrows change colors based on if you remember them or not.
You see the red one and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah. But yeah, so like you can recognize their distance, but it's always a really rough guess as to where they are. And then of course, you could apply this in a 3D map if you turned it into a globe with arrows pointing in various directions and such. But yeah, that's essentially how it works, more or less.
There's always that weird energy that comes from down below that I just don't understand what's going on down there.
Anyway, we are sitting at the nearly 3-hour mark. Did we want to take a quick break before continuing? Or do we just want to get the most out of this last hour we have?
We can just ring it. It's fine.
Yeah. I went
Okay.
to the bathroom in the middle of the session, so I'm good.
Same.
Unless somebody needs a break, then
I just need to grab water, but that's a really quick, like, 2-second run.
You can go do that now. You're not. I've been using the bathroom all last because I've been drinking just Mountain Dew. It's woken me up, but my God, does this shit just go through my body in a second?
I mean, you see how many times I get up. It's Coca-Cola and sweet tea.
It's diuretics.
We're out of Coke, so I'm drinking bottled water.
I'm so
We have
sorry.
Coke.
Oh, did we? Or did you?
You have to correct this immediately, unless it's room temperature, in which case don't do that to it.
I mean, we always do.
To yourself, that's different, but don't do it. No. Room temperature soda. Fuck off with that
To
noise.
be fair,
What are you, a
Coke was made
Pepsi
to be
drinker?
No, Pepsi was made to be cold. Coke was made to be...
Yes, but you know what? They're actually better the opposite way. Coca-Cola should be cold.
I mean...
And Pepsi's disgusting no matter what temperature you drink at it, so it doesn't fucking matter. Might as well do it the extra insult it deserves by drinking it hot.
And then Alex over here liking his diet.
I don't like diet.
I'm already gonna persistence hunt Alex
Heard him bring it
anyway.
up at least 5 times.
He's just
Listen.
racking up the sins.
Listen, I can't talk about my favorite soda because I'll get torn apart. My favorite soda is actually Mr. Pibb, but I'm not gonna bring that up.
I'm raising you on the kill list again.
Damn it,
I'm not gonna tear you apart for Mr. Pibb.
Mr. Pibb is just better Dr. Pepper. So it is.
cheaper Dr.
Anyway,
Pepper.
You keep talking, I'm putting you up to 8 instead of 9.
Oh no.
You're all flying through the forest. It does not take long before Alexi points you in the right direction. As you find Torsten is huddled up against a tree, doing his best not to die of hypothermia. He's not naked. He's still got his clothing on, but sleeping on the ground, especially when there's snow on it, is lethal in most cases. So he's dug himself a little patch of earth and he's trying his best not to freeze to death.
Both Sebastian and Alexi just kind of like float down in front of him.
He instantly pops up and he looks like he's ready to flee at a given moment.
Come with us. There's the one more fire nearby.
Who are you? Gotta remember, it's also pitch black outside.
That's true. We are the ones you negotiated with earlier this morning.
Yeah. Fine. He looks up. Two floating profiles.
They're just like Death Stranding, like in the air in front of him in the dark, just these bare shapes he can make out the like faint bit of ambient light.
There's just there's a good. Do not be alarmed. As he begins to float too.
He becomes very alarmed.
Immediately alarmed.
He's at this point he's just like, I see, they've come for me. This is the time I die.
There's a warmer fire, they're gonna roast me over.
He at least
way more composed than he actually was.
He at least makes it so he can't like thrash around in like mid-air. He's gonna.
That makes people even more comfortable.
He's gonna
when they
be.
get grabbed.
He's not gonna be full on locked, restrained. He's
It's like
to
a weighted blanket in the air.
Yeah, something like that. He's not gonna. He's not gonna have a
the
dangling
sweet
man.
embrace of eldritch horror. He doesn't know what to make of any of this. He didn't even know y'all had powers. You know, he's kind of just given up on everything at this moment, and he knows that if he tried to flee, that he had no chance. So,
no.
Despite his composure, his heart's going a mile a minute. When you finally approach light and you see everything going on, he goes into a light shock. It's just such an unreal situation. But everything was like, literally, it'd be way worse if he wasn't sobered up by getting his ass kicked and losing everything literally just earlier that night. So he's just kind of in this null state of too
This might as well be happening to me.
Yeah, too depressed to care, but too weirded out to understand what's even going on. As you bring him, he just stands and he just stares at you all.
Sit.
He just does so. Doesn't bring any complaints. Just looks into the fire.
Anastasia goes into his tent and grabs the rations, hands the bag over to him.
He looks up at you.
Aren't you hungry?
He looks down and just begins eating.
The question is, do we break this man further by pressing while he's just like out of it? Or is this the good time to go after it? I'll let Sebastian decide that. Then let's just look at him like, yep. Yep, sucks.
You want Sebastian to lead this? Alright.
I mean, you know best how to make people, like, act like you did the read on him beforehand. Alexi's the best with people.
That's fair.
And you know your tactics on how best to, like, approach somebody's, like, mental state. It's your thing.
He'll consider, like, analyze them to see if there's any headway they can make. Sebastian's gut is we should get the information because he doesn't give a shit about this man's current state. But
the only risk is like torture doesn't work because
No.
people will just say whatever to get you to make it stop.
Exactly. So he wants to see if there's actually going to be any progress if they start now.
Insight.
Will do. $197.
You know that feeling you get when everything's just going to shit and you just stop caring anymore? That's exactly what his mindset is. You tell him to eat, he's just going to eat. He's not going to put up any resistance. The fight has been literally kicked out of him. And he's now in a very malleable state. He'll honestly tell you just because he doesn't care enough to keep anything secret anymore.
Perfect.
Put in perspective, this guy woke up this morning a chief of a clan and was on
Who
a
never
plan-
should have been
on
a chief
rising plan.
of this level.
Yeah, it's a little rough. A little rough fall.
Has 2 dragons under his hands. Some weirdos roll up and start talking about the Southerners while there's one right next to him, and he's like, "Shut up! I'm in perfect control. Thank you. Get the fuck out of here."
I guess a good way to put it is, imagine your life right now. Imagine if your whole home was destroyed, all your possessions were destroyed, and everyone you loved got killed. What kind of mental state do you think you'd be in at that moment?
You know what? That's fair.
So
Obviously, probably like this. So
yeah.
He makes like he just looks at him for like a second or two. Lets him eat like a little bit. Tell us what you know about the Southerners.
There's not much. We were doing our best near Muspelheim. Hunting, surviving, doing what we could. Then some woman came along, told us she knew how we could get our glory back. Told us there's some resting places for the children of school. So we went. The dragons were there. They looked dead. But she told us something else. She told us to retrieve one of the ridges upon their backs. It was hard. We managed to do so. The blue one first, followed by the red shortly after. to return with horns that summoned them when blown into. And we made pacts with the dragons. We would help them when they needed it. In exchange, they would help us with whatever we needed. It was just me, the old man, and the Southerners. He bites into another piece of hardtack and just chews it.
Did you know what they were planning at all?
The Southerners? No. They said that whatever we were doing was in their interests. That's it. She said specifically, however you use the dragons would be fine. He imitates like a Southerner woman's accent. Poorly. In the end, it gets us to our goals. And that is it. She looked like a noble. Had lots of money and bodyguards. When she first approached us, I considered attacking. But there was something about them that kept us off.
And I assume you gained all the information about them. Names, where they're from. Nothing.
Why? Why would we care?
That's about what I thought.
Just so I didn't like misconstrue anything, Cam. When he said made pacts with the dragons and they would do what they needed, was that the dragons that they would do things for,
Both
or the
ways.
people?
If the dragons needed help,
were the
they'll
ones that made the pact with the Skulling.
Okay.
If you inquire further, the horns themselves, all they do is call the dragons, no matter how far the distance. The dragons themselves left their request vague, just that the Skulling would help them with their mission when the time came. Though the dragons, if you inquire further, the dragons did mention that conquering the cities of Hoffman would be of great aid to them.
Makes sense. Hoffman's a defensible position.
Could I roll a history on the cities? Like, maybe glean what may be of interest in them? Or of them?
Unfortunately, without more information, you could glean a lot of important information, but what is relevant is different, you know? The cities, like Mullenheim specifically, is a city that's very closely tied to the mining of various ores from the mountain. Similar to Hildesheim. But Mullenheim is like a heavier rock quarry mining city based on that in crafts and works. While Hildesheim is like more of the civilization capstone of Hoffman. It's a place where you can get food, materials, anything. With the Frost Collier, specifically, it's a well-defended nation. I mean, Hildesheim is essentially the king who just has the most power in the region. And that's it. And they subjugated Mullenheim. There's really not that many, like, there's 2 cities in this entire place. And then there's the small village where you came from. And those are the only, like, noticeable things. So taking those cities, yeah, they have a lot of resources in both of them. But what dragons would need with that is a very different matter.
I wonder if they sense the end of the world coming. That's plausible, but I don't want to throw all my...
I mean, there are multiple entities that are currently trying to drag their bases to the material plane or build up something to be like, all right, folks, about the time to throw hands. But not everything has to be about Ragnarok. Not everything knows about it. But the guarantee is if, like, a Lord of Shadow knows about it, all the Lords of Shadow know about it, and anything of respective power or knowledge is probably going to know about it. Admittedly, our characters don't understand the grand scope of the cosmology and the weird power networks of elemental bullshit. So we're kind of up in the air on that.
Oh, I'll tell you all, even as players, even if you read the core book, you don't understand all the network that's going on right now in the world.
I'm sure Anima's a clusterfuck and a half of lore.
It's so good.
So good.
I've made such a good web of different powers that all seem different but interconnected in some small, imperceivable ways.
You could tell me that fucking Prince Lucanor had something to do with anything in Anima, even on the other side of the walls, and I would believe you. I'd be like, yep, nope, sounds like something a shady bitch would do.
Yeah, that's fair.
At literally any point you can pull out Solomon or the powers in the shadows. Just fucking anything. Lord of Shadows, of course. Why not? They're already in everything. This is just how it goes.
Oh, God. Just thinking about all the lore of Anima
Later
just reminds me
phases.
why I
It's gonna
love
be
this game. But, oh my God. I'll do my best to make Anima a much more palatable system by next chapter.
Oh yeah, because we're not already addicted. You're just gonna make the drug easier.
I'm making it easier for myself to run the game.
Yeah,
That's fair.
that's
very fair.
important.
It's one of the reasons why I've been just falling out with Anima lately. It's just because it's like I play Anima, I'm just like, look at all the holes in this system. I was driving this POS car for so long, but now I have a new car that runs really well. It's just really hard to go back.
But you're a collector, so you're gonna fix it up.
I will fix it up. I'll fix it up.
Also, because I'm not riding with you to the mall in your brand new car. I like the old car better.
You gotta try Pathfinder Vale. You gotta. It's really good.
I'll get around to it. I just don't have the time right now.
Sure. Anyway.
I'm busy.
Fair.
I don't suppose I would have any occult knowledge on any groups that'd be interested in something dragons would do.
All of them. All of the occult groups would be interested.
Based off of the knowledge that this guy has given, saying noble,
Anybody can
probably
use it.
gave appearance, anything like that. Anything you could kind of use that to base off of.
I mean, if we had any type of names or symbols, that could help, because then if we could get, not this brother, but the other brother, could always send a message to, like, link back into the Magus Order and be like, Ayo, y'all know this bitch? Because we had dragons up here under lock and key, and that's probably a problem. But they might also just be like, dragons.
I'm sure he would bring it up during the conversation when it was appropriate to jump in. But Anas would ask, did the woman's guards have any symbols on them that he could see?
No, they just wore heavy armor. I can tell you that they were trained well, though. They moved well in that heavy armor. Never saw their faces.
Don't know southerner accents at all.
Actually, we could rule out one group easily. Looks at Sebastian. We have a specific weapon. Hopefully they would not have it, but doesn't hurt to ask.
He has the Lawbringer on his back. It unsheaths itself and kind of floats next to him. Did they have a weapon that looked like this at all?
No, they used halberds.
All right.
Plus, those tin cans we threw around before, they had does not know the word for tabards. The
Sebastian,
Inquisitors have
up
like
with-
a uniform nearly, don't they?
Yeah.
They wear all the fucking cross shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're
It's
fucking
really,
Templars.
really easy to point out an
Yes.
Inquisitor.
They're very obnoxious, as we all well know. So he just kind of gestures at the everything and just shrugs. They all look the same.
No, these were full heavy armor. They moved very rigidly, like trained soldiers.
Nash just pinches the bridge of his nose. That could be anyone at this rate.
The only person we know who is important in the south anyway is that lady from the jail.
Actually, he describes the woman from the tournament and asks and compares it to see if it's her.
No. The woman I met, noble woman, middle height, curly brown hair. I didn't pay too much attention.
Oh, that's two we ruled out. No, she's off, right? She's too focused on the prison to come up here.
Oh yeah,
They
we totally
didn't-
forgot. You had a negative 10 penalty on all your rolls earlier. You're all still not feeling too well.
Ah, that's right.
Ah, shit.
Curses. Well, they're not your old enemies either. They don't use their mind stuff, and they seem the fact we know about them at all seems weird. If they were yours, they don't have any of the weird things.
Who was the shaman that was with you?
He wasn't a shaman. He claimed to be some elder from one of the clans that didn't participate in the fight. Said his name was Horizon.
And that name does not ring any bells with me.
He offered his assistance on many occasions. He seemed to know a lot.
Did he show up after you got the horn?
No, he had been traveling with us for a while.
He could do magic. If he was not a shaman of us, then he was a mage for them.
I did not know he could do magic.
He must. He would hide it if he was one of them. Make you trust your own. Give them more reason to be trusted when he just gives up on the rest of you and just switches back to Goldarian and just so that they could vouch. He could say that working with the Southerners was a good idea.
He cautioned me to be cautious, but he said that there was no harm in looking. He shrugs.
Well, whoever he was, he's gone now.
Not like it matters.
This does mean one good thing, though. There is no way that she will settle for this pact.
His mouth kind of quivers. He looks at y'all. You're all strong, right?
Not.
Maybe we can make a deal. You take out that red witch. I'll do anything you say. I'll lead Sculling wherever you want me to.
Finwith's jaw like works for a moment. He shakes his head. No. They won't listen to you anymore. Just like you would not listen to me. Even if it was for the best of the Sculling.
But if I have you guys at my beck and call, we could play it up. He starts kind of getting that spark of life back in him.
He puts a hand out. No. You do not understand.
No, I understand. He leans back. He just tosses the rest of the hardtack into the fire. He looks increasingly agitated.
Besides, even if we were to help you, it doesn't look good on you. You leave, come back with people that are stronger than you to fight for you.
I know. I know.
I did not get to say before. And it does not really matter. But I am glad the Blue Feathers survived. That there are at least a Sculling.
Yeah, no. With the witch leading things, there won't be much of the blue feathers left.
Finwith doesn't really have much to say on that.
You seem to name her. Is there any information you can give us about the Red Witch?
Some say she was raised by beasts. Or she's beast herself. She fights like an animal. Many don't catch her unless they're deep in the mountains, typically. And even then, she doesn't seem human. She never stays with clans, never stays deep in settlements. She never seems to have any gear on her. Many of us think that she'd make some deals with the spirits and survives in the wilderness. Most of us don't even believe she's real. But stories of her keep coming around. When you see her once, you'll never forget her. Why she's decided now of all times to interfere and much less become chief is... I don't know. Maybe she plans to use him some kind of sacrifice, or maybe she's hungry. Maybe this is the retribution they get for following the Doombringer.
We were never meant for the South. I can't say that I did not also follow back then. I should have listened to my father. Everyone should have listened to their shaman.
Many shamans were in agreement. It's only the small clans or the odd clan here and there who didn't participate or didn't want to.
Who knows? My father refused to back down. Made a challenge that he could not win. But he knew what was best for us. We just did not listen.
That's the way of our people.
We are supposed to be smarter than beasts. Better than them. Smarter than other people at hunting, too. Not just stubborn.
If you think the other clans could survive in the wilderness like you do, then you're mistaken. They've been cowed and weakened by living in their cities.
I don't think the others could. I mean, the others skulling. We don't all agree on the ways.
That's true. The ones who make the rules are the ones who survive. That's it.
He just looks distracted for a moment, for there's just a little. He's going to end up eating a tail.
So, what do you all plan to do then?
We need to know why she is here. Why she is chief, what she wants of the skulling. She does not command.
You're wasting your time. If you want to get rid of us, you don't have to worry now. Some lone wolf is gonna be the end of our people. That's it.
I came up here to stop that. There was only a matter of time before somebody hunted us for the raids. And we are too few, and in someone else's home now. I have to try to stop her.
Well, once the sun rises, then I'll leave you all to that. I'm not gonna step before her again. It's too shameful. I'd rather go down in the woods than that.
You are archers, right?
Yeah.
He shrugs. Then make a bow and hope the spirits are kind.
I don't need pity from the spirits. Anyway, if you're going to tell me what to do, then you can just not bother. I'd rather cut my own throat than listen to anyone else's advice anymore.
Agrees with that, at least.
The one time we got rid of that +1 bow.
Sure.
It's on him now. He's the one who sold the skulling.
Oh, yeah. But of all times for us, we didn't have a bow to hand over to an NPC. We've been dragging that thing around since the prison.
Oh, finally sold it. Good thing, too. Finn was compassionate, but, like, he also sold the skulling to Southerners and led them to this clusterfuck. So, regardless of his reasons or what he had to do to stay a chief, it's get better, try harder. Unfortunately, you didn't have good enough people around you. They did try to defend him, though, so, like, kudos, but
Something to keep in mind when we go talk with her, as he looks to Fimwith. We should be careful to see if she knows what those horns are capable of. Because she could take one of them and attempt to wander off to fight one on her own to prove that she's strong. But it is a low chance, but it's still something that could happen. And then the horn is lost to the wilderness.
I don't know.
The strange image of your mother fighting a dragon, you don't feel like it's a 0% chance she'll win.
If anything else, it's like, rather than her physically turning into a dragon, it's like, she's a dragon in here. Like, Ishtar is nothing. Ishtar is a fucking wood lizard. She's a fucking anole, a fence lizard, just sitting on somewhere, turning brown when she's scared. Mom is a dragon in here. He's like, oh no, I can fucking see it. I can imagine her tearing a dragon's throat out with her bare hands. Fucking terrifying. She probably can't do that. But can still imagine it. She can probably imagine it. It's the only thing that helps her get to sleep at night. Gotta hunt in her dreams, too. He forces himself to stop thinking scary things about his mother. That's really not helping. I almost hope she doesn't recognize me as he pushes himself up the standing and stretches. I'm going to sleep. I am tired of thinking about this. Tomorrow we will deal with it as he like takes off the white wolf mantle, just thwumps it into the ground. I think I just hit my mic. Whoops.
It's all good. Wasn't very loud.
Okay.
You see Sebastian topple over.
Rolls out the cave.
But he just shifts into the bear form to be a bit bigger and warmer and just feeling slightly more comfortable.
Alright. Y'all rest.
Looks to Alexi. Do you want to take first watch or should I?
I can take first watch.
You guys remember, Mimir pretty much watches all night, every night.
Mimir's too close to death. He's not wasting his remaining time sleeping, you fools.
Doesn't mean we can't try to keep to a rotation. It doesn't really often come up in these campsite episodes.
Also, never hurts to have two people on watch. Makes watch less boring.
That's fair.
It's fine. Something gets to jump on us and then we're like, oh no, we're like at a small disadvantage. Oh, next round. We're back to being level 12 and unimpeded, minus a 10 to everything. Oh no.
You guys could be ambushed by several Arctic chimeras and still come out barely scratched from the endeavor.
Honestly, like, there's no good outcome. Like, that once, like, Finwith gets in a form, Sebastian just needs to look at him. Just be like, I'm just gonna make you explode. Because I can do that.
I have decided that you are not. Also, I have figured out the one thing scarier than Finwood's mom just mauling everybody. And it's that, like, horrible... You two are in the same age range and both very scary people, like, respectively in power. I swear to God, if you hit on my mom, I'm gonna lose my shit. Keep your Frostcolaire over there. Just saying.
Yeah.
That's
As
not
also a point
happening.
of reference, your mom had you really
He's
young.
Okay.
She was 18 when you were born.
Oh, thank fuck. That was the only thing I could imagine scarier.
Anywho.
But
Even if we did hit on her, it wouldn't last long.
I wouldn't be worried about you. You're like 15. Shut the fuck up.
No, but I'm saying as a general overall view,
Yes.
and Ash just doesn't care.
If anybody did have the balls to pull the Bard Avenue, like in D&D, Finwith would just turn into the bear shape, like in Kongsbjorn form, and like shot put you into the distance. You would just be gone. And then he would never talk to you again. He'd probably make eye contact and then just like, ah, no! Just leaves. He goes the fuck to sleep.
Alright. The next day, y'all wake up rather early. And psych yourselves up for the meeting. Walking through the forest as it's just almost imperceptibly getting lighter and lighter. It takes you about 30 minutes to get near the Frostcolaire camp. When you're about a little over 100 feet away from the camp, there's a very sudden shift, and all of you feel an immense amount of dread and a slight amount of fear as you can detect a incredible amount of bloodlust coming from the camp. You feel like you're staring into the face of a wild beast you've never seen before. And it's perceptible on everyone, including Ursula and Mimir, who also just stop in their tracks.
The thicker mane of the bear, like, just toughs up some.
What do y'all do?
Cracked fucking combat aura.
Sebastian does what he always does when something messes with his emotions. He attempts to expel it.
Okay, go ahead.
$205.
You suppress it. You're aware of this sense of dread and intimidation, but it does not affect you. But you're all stopped about like 150 feet away from the gate. At least for a moment. It doesn't stop you from progressing, but
Yeah, he stops
it
and
all
there's
hit
like
you in a second.
an immediate like low rumble of a growl. Before it like catches on itself and cuts out. He's still very much ruffled and tense, but he was already full of dread, so this just huffs against it. Is surrounded by other people though. He trusts them.
This might be one of those days, says with a grim smile.
Mimir just huffs and he says, I felt that many times before, but that was when I was looking in its eyes. Whatever's in that village is bad news. Ursula just slowly nods. Y'all managed to keep moving forward. Not to be overly dissuaded. As you're kind of approaching, the guards take notice and prep themselves. But that's not why you all stop. You all stop because walking towards you all from midway across the village, still probably over 100 feet away from you, you can see a very tall, red-headed woman approaching you. She's very honed in on you. She's moving aggressively without being... Imagine a large wolf is just walking in your direction and is just staring you in the eyes. It's the exact same feeling that you're getting in this moment. And it only seems to be aimed at you all, as the guards don't even seem to notice until they hear her footsteps approaching.
Finwith holds it as she gets closer. But as she gets to like the point of the guards where they're starting to notice, there's like the moment where it, like his attention like breaks down before he forces his gaze back to her, because it's a bad idea to not have your eyes on her. But there is a moment where he actually like cowls slightly.
As you're all combat hardened people, you know that you have this distinct feeling if you take your eyes off of her for a moment, it could mean your death. That's the sensation you're feeling.
Yeah, Sebastian's behind Finwith, just hands in like a long coat pockets, watching as she approaches.
And this is the first time that one, Finwith has seen, his mother in over a decade now. And Anastasia was unable to look at her directly on before. She is 6'11". She is incredibly burly, with just enough of feminine features to recognize that she's a woman. Her hair is in the standard Viking dreads, all well done, in a tangle that kind of fall to the middle of her back. But what strikes you most about her is her facial features are incredibly sharp. Her eyes seem just... There's just something about it. It's really hard to describe. Other than just imagine a wolf's face if it had more front-facing eyes. And her body is scarred in many obvious places. Her face is completely fine, though. She also seems to be just wearing like a vest, and her arms are kept bare. And as she approaches, you can see her hands just lightly flexing. And there's just this imperceptibleness. While they're human hands, they appear more like talons and claws than they do actual human hands. And
The few
you get
times
this
Finwith
sense...
has fought without the shifts, he holds his hands really similar.
You get the sense that she wants to murder you all. But as she approaches, she stops. She just stands upright. Her hands are at her sides, still slightly flexed. And she just eyes you all.
At this point, Sebastian uses this moment to analyze.
Sure.
How's her aura seem?
She's not magical. If that's what you're asking.
No, I was talking key-wise.
Oh. She has a fair amount of ki that you can detect. Actually, I need you also to roll either a search and or insight.
Because we're getting close, I am going to use my Touch by Destiny to reroll.
Okay.
This.
Sure.
Oof, I don't have search. See how this goes.
Much better.
Not enough.
You can tell basically she's not as filled with ki as like your standard Frost Collier of a proficient. Like, she doesn't seem to have as much ki as like Ursula does. But she has enough that it's noticeable. And what'd you get, Sebastian?
190. I did the minus 10, by the way.
Yes, 190. Good. So, you look her over. She's definitely a proficient fighter. Her body is very well sculpted for combat, and she does seem more like a wild animal. You can't quite gauge exactly how she fights other than probably some kind of, hand-to-hand style. You would guess her power range is between 6 and 9.
And I guess to scale, where would I put Finwith?
Finwith is above
Okay.
in capabilities.
Something like a 11 or maybe like a 12.
Ah, fair. Okay. For a second, I thought you just made up a personal scale. Sebastian has not the level system.
No.
Pardon me.
No,
well,
I'm telling you for your reference.
Okay.
Then
is
She just has the intimidation level of someone who's like at like level 17.
she may also be a master in intimidation.
Yes.
that's fair.
Yeah, I'm getting
honestly.
that vibe.
Then there's a little voice in your head, Finwith. You're stronger.
There's a sturdying breath before he straightens some, trying to keep the currently large, like, bear-clawed hands more lax. Will do.
She looks you over. There's a brief moment. And then you see the slightest bit of recognition in her eyes.
Alex still smiling.
She speaks in rough Goldarian. What brings you all here?
The sculling and the dragons.
I know nothing of the dragons, and the sculling I'm taken care of. If you look behind, many of the sculling are currently in the process of breaking down their huts.
Where will they go?
She takes a deep breath in and thinks for a moment. In my travels, I met a clan that I feel embodies the way of school better than the schooling have been. So, she looks back. I'm going to be taking these wayward children to a place where you fight real monsters.
There's a questioning tilt. And the low, like, bear, like, huff. What people manage to impress you?
A clan that fights monsters year every year.
Ymir?
She nods.
You know.
The chiefess is also one I respect greatly. I'm not good with raising children, but she seems to do well enough.
His ears aren't, like, shifted to any animals currently, so they can't flatten. But there is a slight flex of the hands for a moment. What will you do with the dragons?
I told you I don't know anything about the dragons. You do see on her hip are the two horns that are tied by string.
The southerners were using them, and were the sculling. To do something.
That's not my concern.
He kind of seems to swap gears without... There's just kind of like the air of like a distance for a moment, as if he's kind of just forgotten everybody else is there. Normally he like leans towards one of you guys or glances over, makes some type of gesture towards somebody, keeps his posture open out towards you all, but he seems really focused. Do you know what is coming?
No.
The creatures, smart and old and strong in ways I could not, I do not know the words for. They say Ragnarok is coming soon. Maybe a couple decades at most. The fact comes.
Then the weak will die.
Even those things think they will die. But it will be a good fight.
Things like that make people weak. There's no good way to die.
I don't intend to fight like I'm going to.
What you feel is not important. It's only whether you survive. Regardless, that has nothing to do with us. So what's your purpose? The schooling are being taken care of and I know nothing of dragons. This entire time, despite recognizing you, she has not let her guard down for even a fraction of a second.
While his posture is straight, he's not very tense. There's not much there beyond his focus on her. My purpose was to... My want to come up here was to make sure the sculling were not hunted to the last, having lost the way. Doing what is not needed. Withering until there are none. If you are to take them where they will not be hunted and will instead hunt, then I am done here. I have an enemy to fight. A thing of undead.
She just looks at you all. She doesn't answer.
There's a heavy cloud of steam. Do you need the horns?
Her hand lightly touches them on the side. There's nothing I need.
Then leave them.
No.
Why? If you do not need them.
Because I am schooling. And these were made from dragons. That is the only reason.
They will weigh you down. If you wanted things from dragons, you killed the dragons.
Foolish child. You don't understand.
Then teach mother.
Why? You look strong enough.
There is always stronger. There are different types of strong.
Her mouth just barely adjusts. You don't know if it's agitation or she's thinking about something.
He's aware for the moment he sounds like his father.
And that's exactly what's going through her head.
Yeah.
She just says, I'm here to make sure that the schooling don't die. And that means these as well. She pats the horns. You want them? Take them. Sebastian, you're also aware she doesn't seem to understand the actual power that these things have. One way or another, she seems to know that they're made from dragons, though.
In your head, Fenwith. She doesn't know what they're for. As well. It's up to you. We can let her take them, fight for them, or I can possibly render them inoperable. In at least a way she shouldn't notice.
There's like a slight tenseness when you first speak. And his head slightly shifts towards you, though he keeps his eyes on her. And there's just a low. If we can call them, then we can hunt them. All must agree what we do. I will fight her for them if we want them.
It's your call. I'll follow your lead.
If they are to hunt beasts, the dragons will feed on beasts.
Lexi not particularly hearing that, but with the silence kind of nudges Fenwith and gives a nod. More of affirmation than anything.
Enough. You hear, he just says your name as a prompt for your opinion on it. To let her leave
Anas
with
doesn't
them.
know what you're all talking about.
So, because this has been a conversation between the earrings, so he's just seen you just intensely staring at your mom and having the conversation, and every now and then there's little bits of pauses.
That's fair.
Sebastian's just doing the feeding you diplomatic information.
And
True,
Alexi
but-
is responding to the silence. So,
And he can kind of gain from context between the fight, your hesitance, the fight suggestion, the hesitance, and the fact that she doesn't seem to know what these are for.
You know they're talking about the horns at least, because like both of their attention like sways to them for a second. She pats them, well, but that's probably all you can glean.
I don't suppose I can use my Vitala speak ability and Fenwith could hear it and understand it in any way, or is he still too human for that?
No.
Please don't do the Vitala speak at me when I'm an animal. It's horrible.
Maybe
It's traumatizing.
Maybe if Fenwith was a bat or some insect.
If I was a wolf, a bat, an insect, something like that, but currently I am a bear.
That ain't gonna work. He
Fenwith
just,
can always prompt with more, context clues for Anas in the situation.
there's no I don't think there's any need for it, because the tense situation between him and his mom, the conversation, how it's gone, the pause where he's
It's
trying to figure
fine.
out what he's doing.
They're
But-
at enough of a distance where he can just kind of like dip his head some and cast his voice lower for all of you, especially with the lower tone. I will fight for the horns, or she takes them.
If she takes them, the dragons will make do on that deal, and she will not know it's coming. Either way, they'll die. Because the dragons will ask for that.
From what we understood, but the horns aren't the pact.
No.
So it just calls them, that's it.
Yep.
So instead we would just have the dragons chilling out up here. They would still have the pact with the southerners, but the sculling they made the pact with would be gone.
Imagine
so long
the
as she
horns
never-
are kind of like the earrings. Only they
Yeah.
go one way.
So as long
Essentially,
as she never blows the horns, the dragons will never come, but we still would then have 2 dragons circling around up here that we need to deal with.
Dragons
And-
that we need to hunt down rather than like possibly creating a good ambush.
To be fair, and maybe I should reiterate like your whole purposes here. First of all, you have Alexei who could find the dragons no matter where you guys are anyway. Second, you guys were gonna ask the Skulling if they knew anything about the dragons for possible hunting advice.
Also true.
The horns, while good and could possibly like pull the dragons into a trap, are not paramount. Though if you still want to fight her for it, that's totally on you guys.
Yeah,
also-
they mean enough, and I don't think they're enough of a boon that it's necessary. Like, just having artifacts of dragons, it's important. So
Your
I
mom
swear.
is a very devout follower
Yes.
of school,
Yeah, I know.
so she just does it in a way that doesn't really coincide with living in a society.
Yeah.
Though if we did have the ability to call the dragons, they are capable of at least enough speech to make a pact or some universal language. So if all else fails, we could figure out, maybe try to learn from them why they're doing what they're doing and what their plan is. It's a dangerous one, but it could be a good distraction for us to have.
Honestly, the only thing that we need from her, or at least in the original plan, was just, hey, so that thing you see is like holy children of our god. How do we kill those?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you
No, they-
feel your mom's only
Yeah.
reply would be by being stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Though, bad case scenario, if we do that and try to, like, I guess be diplomatic, one of the dragons just be like, wait a second, I remember y'all. You hid in a cave for a little bit. I know that scent.
That's if we call the red one.
Yeah. I don't know if they'll remember. They're smart enough, but that could be bad.
I mean, just because it hunted you once doesn't mean it won't try talking to you.
Probably know that's probably why it was chasing us down and it wanted to talk and just gave up.
It was trying
No, it definitely
No,
wanted
it
to eat
was
us.
trying to
to. No,
murder
it
you
was
guys.
trying to like it was going full Jehovah's Witness, but a little too aggressively.
I want you to join us in heaven.
Knock, knock.
We have literature we want
If
to
you're
give
killed
you.
before you learn about God, maybe you'll go to heaven, right?
It's not have you met our Lord and Savior, it's you're going to meet our Lord and Savior.
Have
I'm
you
here
heard
to
about
take
a
you
Lord
to
and Savior
God.
school? No? Roasts.
I'm here to take you to God. You mean talk about God? No, I'm here to take you to God.
No, I know what I said.
Did I stutter? Honestly, if there isn't too much, like... Finwit's
There's-
not folding in the same way as, like, the other conversation, but it's clear, like, any steam that he had to, like, we gotta do stuff, is now, like, her answers have all just cut all of them.
Your mother has never been one for talking, but
No.
especially not extensively so.
I'd say Anas's general response is, whatever the decision, you have my full support. But this is a call I cannot make.
He just, like, pointing one of the clawed hands at the horns, just kind of tosses the hand aside, uninterested. Though he steals himself for a moment before he sways a step ahead.
She readies herself.
He takes a couple steps forward, making no overly aggressive movements. He doesn't tense, he tries to stay lax. His eyes drop some off of her actual eye contact, but like still looking at her face. Just so it's less aggressive body posture. He tries to disengage as he would with a warg face down.
You're watching her and it's... You realize something, but it's incredibly bittersweet. You feel like you're approaching a mother bear at this moment, which is an incredibly dangerous situation to be in. It's just bittersweet that you're on the wrong side of this engagement.
He stops once he's close the distance a little bit. He doesn't get too in her aggro range. Yeah. Tilts his head, just kind of eyeing over her for a moment. There's kind of a moment where he's kind of just stares back. Direct eye contact, though, rather than her aggression. He's just looking for something.
Mm-hmm. You see not the slightest hint of a mother's gaze. You look like a threat to her.
There's a small sound akin to, I guess might be familiar to Alexei, but not in the same way as it's familiar to Anas and Sebastian after the 20 plus that we killed. But there is a small noise that is reminiscent of a sound of a bear in pain, just for a second. Before he just sighs. I am glad you're okay. Thank you for teaching me. I am better for both you and him. Even if it means nothing to you.
I'm glad you survived.
I hope you tear whatever comes in Ragnarok apart. And I hope the Scalding thrive.
They'll determine that. Just like you will. Live. That's all there is to life.
He's glad he disagrees with her. But he dips his head and turns his back on her.
She doesn't change in posture whatsoever. She's ready to strike at a moment's notice. And as you turn and leave, and everyone kind of gets the memo, you all leave the site. And
he drops the bear shape as you all move away. Even as he's walking away from her, cracks and shifts back down. And Alexei with the glasses, you can see that he accumulates anyway. And after a moment, the wings, nasty as ever, emerge, and he takes off a little bit ahead of you guys.
Unbeknownst to you, your mother feels a slight hint of nostalgia when your hair finally curls out from the furry mane that you had before.
He's always strawberry blonde, and that form just gets darker.
Well, it's more like just your hair.
That, and there's similar braids in there.
Yeah.
It's the same their group used.
She's glad you're alive. But that's where
his
we'll end the
wings are
session.
strawberry blonde too.
Hoo boy! Quite the session.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the worst catharsis. There wasn't catharsis. Except on Finn with his side personally. But it's okay.
I hope
he didn't think there was much better it was gonna go.
I hope I did your mother proud for your idea for your backstory.
Oh yeah, no, he was terrified of his mom as much as he looks up to her. Is like, no, you don't understand. My mom's fucking cool as shit. I just would not want to be in the dark forest with her. You know, she might not recognize me. So, no,
she's also just not the best of mothers.
No.
But
she's at least aware of it. Looked
Sure.
at the descendant of Holst, leader of the Emir, and went, okay, so maybe you can make stronger cubs if you actually like give a shit about them.
Yeah.
Maybe, but it doesn't matter because it's just me.
Yeah. That's I mean, she doesn't need to worry about you now. You're strong.
Yeah, I'm stronger than her. He
Just
knows
like
it too.
two wild animals, you know. Once you're grown and your own thing, you're just two beasts on the same forest now. That's it. But still,
He'll take his wounded, distant flight.
poor Finwith.
Yeah.
It's not been great.
To be fair, you have a lot of good things too. Your dad seems to still be watching out for you.
Yep. I hope he wasn't watching all of that.
I mean, if anything, he'd just be like, "Yeah, that's her." he would understand that that's the situation.
Yep. I'm probably proud that he turned out more like him.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, ooh. It hurts. It hurts all the way down.
Yeah.
That is like it's like a broken bone that doesn't heal right kind of ache.
Yeah.
You can walk fine, but that's gonna linger. He does have his new family, though.
It was a great session too.
It was.
Very good.
You learned a lot. I when I described the red hair, I think I watched like a lot of people just be like, "Oh no."
Well,
It's who
I mean, as soon as
think
it was
is.
a buff woman shows up and starts beating the shit out of people, it's like, well, she has to be here somewhere. And then once it was the red hair, it was like, oh, yeah, that's her. He got that strawberry blonde from somewhere.
I legitimately took on the concerned meme pose.
Yeah, you did. I
It's like,
saw.
oh no.
Yeah.
But yeah,
She's come a long way, though. She doesn't need an axe anymore.
it's true. She's gone further down the path of school. She needs nothing. She needs help from no one. No tools, no nothing. Only strength. By the way, fun fact, your mom's a level 8 weapon master Tau.
Yep.
Good combo.
She's a tanky mofo who's very, very strong.
Yeah. I almost kind of wanted to fight her just as a test of strength, but it's like, it wasn't at the point where, like, if it were another sculling, the, like, fight to prove worth would mean something. She doesn't care. The only thing that matters is if she wins, then she's stronger. So, there would be no sport in it. No satisfaction.
She's very, very much a sculling.
She went full feral. This is what
Yeah.
Finwood could have been if he was not a golden retriever for a soul. Or if he'd been just, like, left in the woods for just all these years. These two traveled some and tried to reach out to people. And eventually found people.
It's true.
Rather than just entirely recessing into, like, alright, well, guess I'll just live like an animal if I can become them partially anyway. Sag.
Yep. It's funny though, despite your ability to turn beast-like, your mother seems more beast-like than any of that.
I think it's
She's
fitting. Because that's, like, her focus is different than Finwit's. Finwit's is his father's ideal. It's taking the powers of other things to grow better. It is evolving past that in smarter ways. It's not just raw power and power for the sake of power. That's what humans do. It's the human talent, the human condition is to evolve and adapt. But still be human. Because at some point you just become an animal.
Your mother
He
has
still wants
such
to be
philosophies.
recognizable.
She's just
Yeah.
like, I am strong, that is all. You can call me
No
human,
society.
you can call me a
Rude.
beast. Just strong.
You can also tell he got none of her height. Absolutely none of it. He's short for for the sculling. He's almost at 6. Almost.
Yeah. Even your dad was taller. You just got the short genes.
Yep.
Somewhere down the line.
He got all the condensed short.
But that marks the end of Finwith's character arc. How do you feel after
It's all tied
everything?
up. It's dealt with.
Well, I mean, yeah, but how do you feel about the whole thing? How it went?
Well, I mean, I like when my character's hurt. I like to feel the sympathetic ache. So I'm glad that Finwith is going to be nursing this. And, like, there's a satisfaction to it. Like, she is alive. She's obviously okay. She's got her shit together. And she cares enough about the sculling to drag them into the future in some aspect. Whether they keep up with her or not is going to be the deciding factor. But if she's going to go merge up with the Ymir, then there's some hope there. They're at least not a bunch of animal psychopaths.
No, they're just like, hey, it's the beast season. Well,
Yep.
Get your axe, sonny boy. We're gonna go fight Goliath monsters.
Which, I mean, kudos to them. Finwith was so excited to go fight big things, but then it's like, we got other shit that's more pressing. Big sad. So, him already knowing about the Ymir as like a potential helped a lot, because it was just like I would do that too. Fuck. Alright. Well, I think, honestly, the sculling will be fine, so long as they keep up. And as soon as they get to the Ymir, at least they won't be just dependent on my mother leaving them for dead. There's some sense of community if they can merge with it all right.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
And the sculling are stubborn, but they've survived a lot so far. So he's satisfied that he doesn't worry about the sculling, even with her, like, cutthroat, like, what they die, they die. She came back for them anyway, so there's still that there. And it would be the loss of the children of school, even if we're down a couple degrees.
Yeah.
And it's satisfying knowing that she's out there. And it helps that he pities her in a small way.
That's true.
Like, he knows that she doesn't need anything more, but, like, she's clearly aware of those failings. And he turned out for the better.
But I mean, a lot of it has just been your separation from the sculling for so long, your newfound family, a lot of events up until this point. So, unfortunately for your character arc, it kind of just was a 2-session arc in a sense. Besides the multiple sessions leading up to it, knowing that it's coming.
The stages of severance were necessary.
Yeah.
So he had the, like, mourning process with the prison of Noah, where he finally just got to live that moment and just be like, it's done. It's over. What matters is that there are still sculling out there and they're up to something, and I need to make sure that those of us who did survive that nightmare will continue on, because I don't want my people dead. But he has his people now. So he's gonna need to, like, probably there's a reason he took to the wing, and it's that he needs to just have some him time for a moment before he slinks back to everybody like a wounded animal and just curls up near them. It's just like, I've licked my wounds, but until I heal, just be around so I'm safe. Don't get over it. It needed to happen.
As a player, like, how do you like the arc? Do you wish it was longer? Was there anything more from the character arc? Because a lot of people, I get a general sense that they feel like, good about it, and it'd be hard to ask them any more about it. But I feel like you're someone who might have some insights, narratively speaking. It's all about how you feel in the end, once everything's said and done.
I think, like, the gut emotion for most people would probably not be satisfaction, because it's over so quick and it's just the wind out of your sails immediately of, like, she doesn't mince words and she knows what she's doing and it aligns with the current goal, so it's over, it's done. The quest is completed as soon as you talked to the NPC. and didn't get her to savage you all. So I can see why other people would be slightly upset. Like, that's it? I don't get to have any type of conflict. I don't get to have some big conversation. But that's not what's necessary for her at all, for her character, as it's implied. And it's not really necessary for Finwith. I think it would just kind of, especially because he has those separation issues, that extending it and drawing it out would make him feel like he could have fought, like he could have won, that he could have gotten something that was still his out of it. Rather than just realizing it's over, and they'll be okay, and I'll be okay. It's okay that it's over. I'm satisfied with it.
That's good. That's good. It's honestly, it's kind of like a campaign-long arc almost, just because you've been dealing with it in small bits and pieces here and there.
It's come up so often that it doesn't feel like my arc was 2 episodes. Like,
right.
The whole campaign is character development. So, just because we were up here to deal with Finwith's issues, plus, your needs as a Frostcollier to deal with this, it doesn't feel like it was speedrun or cheapened out compared to, Anastasier's arc, which required a fuck ton of time investment. But it was fun and it was necessary, and we got to learn a lot more about his family because him having that connection with his family is part of his character. Finwith's isolation and his loneliness and his dependence on these new people and learning to maybe not need to be dependent. You can enjoy people but not need them. Is a much slower drip feed of Finwith just learning more and gaining that wisdom. So, no, I think it serves fine for him.
And I know you've read a little bit about the sculling in the book, and I'm sure you had your own ideas about like how everything was running and everything. How do you think I handled the schooling and your parents more specifically?
There's no culture that doesn't have dichotomies in it, that doesn't have different factions or beliefs within. So it just makes the sculling feel more fleshed out than they are on paper. Even though they're part of the Big Five, they don't get a whole bunch in there beyond the plot hook for the mountain. So between bits from me and what you fleshed out based on what I gave and mentioned, I like how the sculling turned out. And I like that there was that difference. Like, you get to see 3 different sides. You got to see, like, just on the bare minimum, you get to see Finwith's father side through both the ghost and his memories and how Finwith acts in his stead. Then you have, the Blue Feathers who have drifted and are doing it in a way that's very surface level. And not the sculling, because they're being manipulated still. But they are still following the, take, who gives a shit about the rest. It's just not in a way that Finwith would approve of.
Right.
And then you have his mother, who he also doesn't necessarily approve of, because his family meant something for him. His community did. He lost all of that. So the fact that she doesn't really care for it, he doesn't agree with. And that's why he went and found a new fucking family, because he was going cabin fever being alone. So I think it's well played, and the easy solution of them and the Ymir just hunting beasts is the same, like him commenting like there's not really a Gehenna forest laying around, because honest to God, if you set the sculling on the edge of the Gehenna forest and told them that they can go do ventures into the forest, kill a bunch of sick shit, and come back, they'd probably be like, sounds good, sounds about what was happening on the mountain anyway, because we were still getting like weird moth shit slithering out of whatever the fuck's on the other side of the cliffs.
True.
I did read enough to see that there's a reason he doesn't like caves. I've said it before.
Did you like how your mother came out?
Oh yeah, no, she's terrifying. Good. I love strong women. We know this. I keep playing them every now and then. And her, extra level of, Finwith's... To anybody else, Finwith is the uncivilized, feral person, because he relies on animal tactics to bolster, human competence and planning. But, like, he's perfectly grounded in his humanity compared to her. So she's just the next step of extreme, and it leaves Finwith in this in between her and his father. He's not completely separate from her. There's lots of small similarities. He was still partially raised by her, trained by her, so.
True.
No, I like how she turned out.
Good.
I cannot imagine his parents getting along for more than 5 seconds.
Originally they had gotten
It probably
together.
I figured it'd be worse over time thing as they, like, realized just how different their, like, paths were and how they saw the sculling.
Well, when she was a lot younger, because again, she had you when she was pretty young. They both were very strong adherents of the way of school. You know, your father took a lot of the lessons in, and he seemed very smart, and she sucked that up. She was all about that. You know, she learned a lot from him, and then you know, back when she was Farax, you know, rather than feral, she just she took it, and then she just decided that his way was not quite enough, and she kept coming back because she still felt that, but as time went on, she just disconnected more and more and went down her own path. She left you when she was like level 6, which was, she was pretty well off at that point on all her journeys. And then she went to Ymir sometime shortly after that. And she met Sabrina, who's the chieftess of the schooling, and they fought, and Sabrina royally rocked her ass with the power of the dragon. So she saw that, and she saw that, one, strength is everything, and two, you can kind of have a little bit of both. And so she's been kind of stewing on that for a bit, and now she's come back, and now she's saw how the schooling were doing, and she just thought they were so weak. She saw the Ymir tribe, and she's like, those motherfuckers can all, like, manhandle a bear by themselves, but the sculling seems so much less than that in comparison, and she just...
That's what happens when you just hunt merchants.
Yeah. And she just got frustrated with it, and then watching the blue feathers in control, which also irked her. It was just a lot of things building up to her finally deciding to take it into her own hands. And,
be the change you want to see in the world, Mom.
Yeah. And she understands, like, you can be super powerful, and you can be super, like she imagines a true schooling would be, and still, like, run a tribe of people. And at the very least, she cares enough to not let the weaker ones completely perish. But, you know, when she saw you guys, well, one, she was aware of you guys before she even saw you. Just that animal instinct really kicked in, and you guys are all super high level compared to her. So she put on her best front she could manage.
She out there, like, Zen rolled intimidation.
Yeah, I mean, she's a master in intimidation. Yep. So she survived. But, you know, she saw you, and she did recognize you, but she's like, this one's fine. I don't have to worry about this one. And so she gave you as much motherly love as she thought you needed, which was 0. She's just like, no, you're strong. It doesn't matter. Whether you feel bad about it or not, you're still strong.
He doesn't feel bad about being strong. He feels bad about you.
Yeah, that's the thing. She doesn't care about any of that. She's like, I don't care if you're miserable. I don't care if you hate life. As long as you're alive and strong, so you're fine.
I did my job right. You're doing yours.
She doesn't think she did her job right. She knows she.
No, I didn't say right. She did her job, comma, right?
Right. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, so she's It was the best way I feel like I could have moved the story forward. Otherwise, you guys just would have been knocking sculling heads and forcing them, and that wouldn't have been great. So I felt this was the best conclusion, which was a more sculling than Finwith coming along and taking the reins.
Which also has this part of, like, I've known, like, Finwith's known that he's not belonged here for years now, especially because he had his break of faith, you know, pretty much after his father died. He's, like, was like, but are we doing things right? Once the avalanche happened, and then spent years stewing alone, hated by everybody, not that they knew it, necessarily. And it's just been a long change of... He's not sculling, but he's blood sculling, so he cares, and he wants them to do well. But, like, would they even recognize him if he couldn't turn to a beast? And couldn't talk the way that they do?
Yeah, you know.
So.
It's just, I think is a wonderful progression.
No,
Speaking
I think
of
it was the space needed, so.
progression. Let's do some XP.
Sobs. I'm gonna need songs for that, Cameron. I'm gonna have to update his playlist. I haven't done it in a while.
But your arc is done. Now whatever it is just based on moving forward with it. But anyway, interpretation, really good. I think you all did amazing this session. Lots of good character stuff. I'll go ahead and give you guys 10 XP. 3 XP for being here, 1 for Anastasia. Difficult actions? No. Good ideas? Yes. Going in and spying on everything, so you guys had an idea and you just didn't come the next day being like, oh shit, why is everything different? Also, not fighting Finwith's mother for the horns. I feel like if you guys had done that, it would have sullied the ending of this arc. So
that's pretty much what I was, like, trying to test out, is like, I don't really want the horns. And if it were anybody else, like, the fight would be satisfying to be like, prove yourself or anything, but, like, she doesn't care about that, so there was nothing to take from it. There was nothing he was going to take from this at all. So, that included the horns.
yeah, I mean, to be fair, they're in relatively safe hands.
Yeah, nobody's getting their hands on those.
Not without a fight.
Not without a very dangerous fight.
And maybe some different colored pants.
I mean, considering she's like a level just under most arbiters.
Arbiters.
Yeah.
She just picks Dandelion up, suplexes. You're nothing without the armor, boy.
You know, like, she's a very powerful and dangerous individual.
Going back and getting Torsten before he fucking dies.
That was also a good idea. You know what? I'll give you guys 5 XP total for those 2 things. Because you learned a lot from Torsten, and you figured there's a mystery going on, and unfortunately, whether you guys actually get to that in this campaign or not is probably unlikely. You're not the best investigators, and when you deal with the dragons, it's kind of like that's just the end of it, no matter what anyway, so... This lady's machinations, whomever she may be, will just have to be...
Apparently involves a dragon, so knocking a couple pawns down does something.
There's so much more I wish I could tell you guys about her, because she's relevant in more story plots. But, unfortunately, that would be spoiling.
True.
So, but yeah. Also, no combat. Face award.
It's a battle of wills.
Yeah. Face award, I would say, goes to Sebastian, surprisingly. He offered a lot of good insights. And honestly, just provided a lot of skill in the negotiations.
True.
Having Sebastian for a diplomatic mission works really well. Honestly, this is more and more evidence for why a fucking Astrid Sebastian combo would be absolutely horrifying for anything they meet.
Between the intelligence and the relative power levels, it'd be a nightmare to face.
Combat or diplomatically, you have 2 incredible powerhouses each backing each other up, that's terrifying.
I mean, if Sebastian was feeding the kind of insight that he has in tactics through a ring to Astrid at the table, like, it'd be over.
Yeah.
Utility award goes to Anastasia, being the sneaky ninja that you are.
Sneaky spy.
Just got a lot of great
Merging one with the
tools, being able to weight eliminate, so you could
Eliminate.
stand on the roof and to peek in and everything like that.
Thank you, Alex, for being the video game tooltip.
Yep. It's fair.
Man, I'm so glad I had that because, man, if your mom had found me sitting on the roof watching all that, I probably would.
I mean, you would have beat
mindset
her,
when I go back.
but you would have probably gotten mauled.
Yeah, but I went in without a weapon. I went in without armor. The only thing I had to save myself is dodging, and that's only to get the hell out of there.
That, and she probably can't kill you in any way that she knows will kill you.
True. It also depends if she knows what my race is or not.
I'll let you know, she was actually aware of your presence, but she didn't know what you were up to, and she just waited for you to make a move. So it's a good thing you didn't try, because she was aware something was up.
Then she senses me Enderman portal away.
Go for the horns. Go.
She, like, grabs you by the throat.
Incorporeal or not.
She emotionally grabs you by the throat.
The pity award goes to Finwith.
No. Really?
And because this is the end of an arc, y'all get an additional 10 XP.
Next session, I'm gonna level up. I'm so close. There's no feasible way I'm going to get that much XP.
The session.
You're 11, right?
Yes.
Nice.
I am like 40 XP away.
We didn't quite get to the cliffhanger I wanted to leave you guys at, unfortunately, but it's okay.
Great, there's another one. We'll have enough time to power past it.
Yeah.
So he can't get on it.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Any player nominations and or kudos?
I loved the scene where Finwith realized and was explaining, ah shit, that's my mom. That was a really good, like, reaction. And that entire bit of just Finwith explaining, being, like, frantically, like, explaining, a little nervous, and just trying to wrap their head around, like, all of that, and trying to decide what to do. It was a very strong scene.
It was a great scene.
It was.
I'm going to say, for the session as a whole, Vale did astronomically well. Just lots of good reactions, lots of good scenes, lots of good improv. You took a lot of the narrative into your own hands and formed it the way you felt was right, which worked out really well. Like, you did amazingly. You take 2 player awards for the great role play and just the skill as a player to take the narrative and run with it.
Thank you. I did have to keep myself, like, super anxious in between his parts, just so I could keep up his exact energy level. So I've been making sure the lake's just going.
It be like that.
Yeah.
Relatable, but for instead of anxiety, depression for last week.
I had to stay angry at you, like, 90% of the time when I was playing Jacques, so I could be properly irritated. Just, like, the resting face and, like, any small mannerisms would, like, default to, like, vaguely annoyed, even if it wasn't something that involved me at the time.
I mean, you gotta method act.
It's why Finwith is so fun to play, because when he's not an anxious fucking mess, or, super fucking sad, he's generally a ball of energy, barely contained by the fact that other people might be annoyed if he's too much.
I mean, it's the same deal with Sebastian. I mean, like, it's nice to play him because I would work Mondays, like, pretty long, and so I'd come back tired and be like, perfect. But fucking early on, it's just to actually be Sebastian, I have to keep, like, a bored, flat face. And then early on, just Cameron, like, session 3 or 4 being like, man, Alex, it looks like you're actually not interested in what's going on.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you got my full attention. I'm acting. I have to, or I can't be this
Not a
man.
method act. It's so much more satisfying, because then you're, like, in the shoes when shit goes down.
Yeah.
It is just as, like, the same, like, devastation that Eric felt when he was making those decisions in, like, the Friday game. Like, you know where I was with Astrid.
Yep.
9 times out of 10. It's really satisfying. So, as much as Finwith hurts, and that hurts me because, you know, that's how you have to play a character that's grieving. If you're not grieving, it's satisfying, and he'll be fine. He's had worse.
Any other player nominations in our kudos?
I got another one for Fenwith. Not just the entirety of the scene with Fenwith talking with their mom, but just the last bits of like moving up and like wanting to say your piece and like getting that across, and maybe not necessarily getting the answer you wanted, but still.
It was for him.
Yeah, it was just a really great just final part of that scene, and I enjoyed it a lot.
It's good kudo for sure. A lot of really powerful moments. I felt really good after the session. It just felt like a good conclusion to Finwith's arc.
And a shout out to Anas. Thank you for being the poor, like, teddy bear. Like,
You
at
know,
the initial, like, anxious crush.
I gotta say, honestly,
No,
Suzanne has been rocking a lot of games recently, and she's gotten a lot better as a role player as of late. And this session, you know, you opted into a lot more scenes than usual with Anastasia. You can see tangibly now just getting better. I believe you deserve a player award because I saw a lot of it this session as well.
I'll also say, because I didn't get the chance, this isn't related to this game at all, but like a few like week or two ago, Cameron told me about Gamble Japes and the fucking like ancestor of Gammy, and I love that. I love the stories he told me of it. Fucking great. That's very funny and very fitting of Gamble Japes.
Yeah, Gammy was based off of the meme of "Stop praying for grandma, she's getting too strong." It's the grandmother climbing the bars, and that was the inspiration for Gammy.
Yeah, so I just made a chaotic evil goblin ghost grandma. It's been really fun. And not only that, but Suzanne's been giving me all kinds of alley-oops for role-playing moments in that game as well. So, yeah, like I said, you've grown a lot as a player. Take a player award in this game for that. But, you know, it's just, I always like to reward my players when I see that they're doing well or doing something that I wish, you know, more times would happen in games. And, you know, this group especially is probably the most matured role-playing group that I run for currently, so.
Happy to be number 1.
Oh, wait, I got
Humble brag.
I have a phone finger, but it doesn't say number 1. It says green flame. Any other player nominations in our kudos?
I liked the scene with Alexi during that entire initial talk with Finn before we left the camp and I went to go spy on the schooling. Just that entire scene with Alexi and Finn with like Alexi going, "Wait, no, you weak, spits on ground. You are not."
That was funny.
You know, for Alexi being like,
he's the hype man.
He's a good hype man. Like, Alexi hasn't had a lot of like super strong roleplay moments himself. But man, does he like assist almost everyone else's roleplay scenes really, really well. You know, Devin, you're such a great supporting actor in this game, especially. Take a player.
Alexi does a really good job at leading from behind, in a way. Like, he's a step with the character or a step behind, but like his leadership is more than just like the role. He does step in a lot with like small social commentary or like even just like a physical little description of something that always is like, the purpose is almost 100% a small confidence booster to whoever he's focused on. Or even if he's making a deprecating joke at somebody else, it's to make someone else feel better. So it ends up just further small bonding moments, especially because then it triggers a conversation. So
It's for
No,
real.
Alexi's my Viking bro.
It's for real. Just if nobody got me, I know Alexi got me.
I know Alexi got me.
Thanks, guys.
Alexi is honestly like, I'd love to meet an Alexi. Sounds like a great time. Sounds like a great time to hang out with Alexi. Like, he's one of those tabletop characters. Like, oh fuck, wish you were real.
Do you not remember the bar scenes where Davos?
True.
Admittedly, Kitwana did steal the show with the nipples thing.
I mean,
Which out of context.
out of context, yeah.
It is recorded. You can
It is
go back
recorded.
and watch it.
Thank
It's
God.
a long time ago.
Yeah.
We didn't catch Ass Blaster, but we did get the diamond hard nipples, so.
To be fair, he's from a balmy jungle area, and anything, too north of the equator, and he's just like, oh, fuck, it's cold.
Yeah, he was freezing to death, and Finn was like, oh shit. This ocean breeze is hot. He's like,
God, it's a
fuck are
whole
you
50
talking
degrees out right now.
Fuck, when we were going through raining fire, that was a nightmare.
Oh yeah.
Thank God we had a portable air conditioner.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
just
true.
carries Ishtar around forever. Can you keep
Any
it
other-
cold?
Any other player nominations in Kudos?
So long as Devin got his award.
As long as he took it, yeah.
I did.
Okay.
Oh,
And I know it was already brought up in general, and like you got an award for being the face and for your skills. But just having Sebastian around, especially because like you got to bring up like the difference between you planning for the village back in Skogenjäger versus like now using all of that wealth of knowledge and talent to help your friends. And like he's still the same person, but he's grown a lot. And so it's just satisfying. And Sebastian's just a cool character, and you play him really well. Especially
I
because
agree.
your normal type of character is chaos, unending, fuck around, find out, except you're the one fucking around and finding
Always.
out. So being able to bring the same, like, ability to throw chaos into a session while also playing the straight man is just... You're too powerful, Alex. I'm gonna have to cut you down.
So I just love a lot of Sebastian's character growth, because even he was, when we were talking about like talking to Troyston, for example, he was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to interrogate this guy, and then just checking to see if you actually needed to, instead of just going right into it.
Like, he throws out the offer, but it's never really, like, the key part of the plan. It's like, that's probably not going to be necessary, and they might tell me no. So, might as well, like, float it on the off chance somebody's feeling it. No? Okay, fine.
Like, honestly, the image I had in my head immediately of like, because was what Sebastian's plan was, then thinking, like, stopping thinking that wouldn't work. That's not going to happen. But like, if this was like early Sebastian, like a few sessions
Oh,
in,
yeah, absolutely.
he would have
That's
just
what he
taken him and just floated him up a few hundred feet and like said, "Tell me what you're gonna know, or I'm just gonna let go." Like, he would have pulled like a fucking Batman, dangle over a building, like, "Tell me what you know."
Except
I can
this
drop you.
Batman can grab you again and pull you back up and be like, second chance.
Sebastian is that Batman Beyond scene where he sees the younger Batman trying to interrogate somebody. He's just like, I can't believe I was ever that green.
I will say, Sebastian, so Alex has done phenomenally well at making such a deep character that's at face value is as bland as white bread. Or like a cracker. It's just like...
He's hey, I'd say, the beginning of the game, saltine. Right now, a Ritz.
But
Added some butter color.
I would say, because you've not only had emotional moments with Sebastian, you've stuffed a lot of depth into this character while still remaining the same core concept. Your character has evolved, but in such a non-obvious way. But you play it, and it comes up all the time. You can see your character's growth, despite looking the same on the outside. I would say that's phenomenally done. There's been a lot of moments that have been really good for it. And just the fact that you've blended into this character, which, by the way, any of your normal characters would have gotten themselves killed by this point in the story.
Yes.
And you veered I mean, it kind of.
I got myself killed this story, but we'll brush past that.
It did happen.
It did happen,
But-
there were
It's not an anime
extenuating-
game if I don't get a character.
Yeah,
dead
that's fair.
somewhere.
We
If your
even
character
made the
doesn't
joke
somehow
about
die.
like we would only let one live. Unfortunately, we did kill both of them. They both just got
I
better
mean, like,
because Arthur died.
yeah, Arthur died too. Never mind.
Yes,
Yeah,
Arthur died.
Every
Anima
character
game
you've
was
had
like-
has died once.
So
Yeah.
Cameron killed all of your characters.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
No,
You
I'm
did.
blaming you. I am blameless.
You
here.
can blame me, and you're wrong. It was
Okay,
you.
honestly, everything's been on me. No,
When
every
you're-
death is my decision.
Wait, no, I love making things Alex's fault. It's all his fault.
Here. I mean, you can't blame me when you're like, oh, I gotta go make friends with Finwith. I gotta save Finwith. I'm gonna go in here blind as a bat, knowing Finwith is batshit out of their mind and probably some eldritch monster I'm not aware of. And
You're skittering, and it's like that's a good sign.
One hit point.
at
You know
one
what?
hit point, yeah.
Sometimes you gotta roleplay your character at their worst.
It was
That's
good.
true.
You
It
just
was good.
almost brought Finwith to
I
absolute
did.
rock bottom.
You
I
know?
mean, okay, it
but-
was a good way for your character to die.
Yes.
That doesn't mean you didn't fucking kill your character.
I
Okay.
listen. Though things, like I said in that bit, there's a clip of it on the channel. Things just work out. The universe lets
How many
things
demon
happen.
parts do you need?
No,
Alex?
it's because you're such
No,
a
I need
good
more.
role player. It's like we can't get rid of you. And you normally line up narratives perfect where Cameron's like, you dumb motherfucker, you should stay dead. You deserve to stay dead.
He's
But
evolving.
because of what you've done, you dirty pact-making monster, or whatever else at the time, you get a fucking get-out-of-jail-free card after going to hell.
That's just what it is. These last few times, he's getting better. He's evolving. At first, his characters died and they just stayed dead, but now progressively they're just coming back quicker and stronger. It's like, oh no,
You have to. There's only one way. Somebody's been praying for Grandma. You gotta kill him. It's the fetus. He's
You know,
finally growing into an adult.
I'll have to have Alex come in as dead Gampy at some point in the Tuesday.
I mean, I'd play that. I would play that.
But
I take it back. I will never play Pathfinder. If only so I don't have to deal with that.
But anyway, we've gone on for quite a bit of time. I do want to say, after this session, I'm definitely feeling a lot better and more confident about it. When we get done with this campaign, which I'm saying we're about 10 or less sessions away. We're getting close. We're almost there. It depends on how long you guys take to kill the dragons, honestly. I think everything else will be a lot smoother after that.
On dragons, fight Ringham.
Honestly.
We will have the Arbiter one-shot, which will herald the beginning of World Chapter 2. And then I'll be taking a break to write down a lot of the rules as actual changes so that y'all can read them. And also, I'm going to be taking a lot of time to fix how Anima works so that whether something works or doesn't work, I just know when it happens and not have to guess or just use my best judgment to do so, because there's just too much ambiguousness in Anima's system as of right now. It's going to be a long process, but I want to do it because the world lore is good and everyone loves the game so much. And I think one issue that we've really had is we've been working with a really small group for Pathfinder for a while now. And when one person goes missing, it feels really hard to continue on with the next session. So you've talked Bep up enough, so if Bep would like to join us for a campaign,
Hey, Beb, if
Next
you're still
time.
watching in there.
Watch
beg
as you
you,
hear like a scream from like a
Right.
few
No,
meters
no,
down.
we've got Bep sold. Bep's like legit wants to play. So long as we give her a floaty. Before we toss her to the depths.
well, the good thing is a lot of the next chapters are going to be
Yeah.
much shorter and not necessarily as far reaching, but we're going to be doing a lot of world delving and a lot of character development and world building stuff. Plus, chapter 2 will have a lot of the chapter 2 will have a lot more of the repercussions of actions that have happened all in chapter 1 rearing their head, which will be a lot of fun. Devin's like, oh no.
If it
Yeah.
not the consequence of my actions.
Yeah,
Because
I'm
I
kind
was
of
there.
curious.
I was
There's-
there near the beginning, so I have a lot of actions that have consequences.
Especially because, like, Jericho's whole party had some pretty far-reaching plans in terms of their setup. Like, I know Quentin's talked about, like, Atero and, like, the, like, general bend that he wanted to go for, and then Jericho's like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna make a fucking nation where we're not a bunch of cunts to everything that's different. And now we have Rosencrantz solidified and under different power. You have the Azure Alliance has taken a pretty hefty step up in power. Whatever the fuck the Empire is up to, because I don't think you've run a solidly Imperial campaign.
Nope. That's what we'll be
So.
doing sometime early in chapter 2. Is
Yep.
as
I just
an Empire side of things.
Personally, cannot wait for the Inquisition to get a whole ass boot shoved up their ass and wake up and it's phase 2.
We'll see
And be like,
about
oh,
that.
shit.
We'll see about that because there's also an Inquisitor game coming up soon as well.
Alright, fine. Boot my character in the ass. That's fine. Maybe I'll make an absolute asshole, but like different than like Jacques. Like, once you peel back the layers and you're like, oh, he's a mess. That explains so much. We'll see.
The chat right now. Why?
The Latin Inquisition.
Yes, the Latin Inquisition. But so yeah, so if Bep would like to join, then Bep is free to do so.
It's not like she has anywhere to run.
True. I also feel like we need to establish something because it feels like a lot of people. It's not just one person. Everyone has at some point needed to take days off from Anima. I don't know whether it's just because it's a long game or because we just fell out of it and it was just hard to keep the momentum going, or the day of the week is just bad. I don't know, but we'll have to figure out something that works a little bit better.
Monday's just a little rough sometimes. Like, honestly.
Monday's the first day back.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
normally a bit of a crash.
It's tougher. And also, like, I don't know. A lot of stuff came up for us in the last few.
I
like,
do have less sleep time too because they changed my hours. Because apparently I don't get a choice and I have to take an hour-long lunch. So my hours before and after work are now extended because I was thrown under the bus and they realized. They looked at me and they're like, different. Change your schedule.
Yeah.
So now my naps are cut down.
So we're going to have to figure out a lot of stuff. But I do want to do our best to get this one done as quickly as we can so that we can have the one shot, because that one is a one shot or two shot it'll probably turn into, honestly. But then after that, I would like to get a more solid day of the week, and I might have to shift some things around. But by that time, I should be done with my Friday game. It should be finished out, so then I can move that to a different day of the week so that we can all figure it out. But I do have to say, and it was a lot of fun, and I will make it better for the next chapter. And I might just have to even remake the fucking character sheet the way things are going right now. It's a rough
do
one.
not blame you.
I had to. There's just a lot of chaff that needs to be cut from
But
the
then I
character
can't
sheet.
use my Excel sheet that does the math for me.
Yeah, well, we're gonna be playing a better form of Anima, so you're gonna have to buck up.
Fine. I'll just steal the formula for deciding damage. That way I don't have to do fractions. I hate percents. and fractions.
Calculators, people.
No, it's too much
Also,
effort.
the old character sheets used to have a little damage chart where you could write your percentage damage on the thing
true.
as well.
Which was completely
Oh,
useless because
well,
every time you
that's what
level up,
mine
it would
does.
change.
Yeah,
really
you'd
dumb.
have to re-edit it, but
That was the benefit of the Excel sheet. That's the main benefit of it, is I just put in the new total damage and it goes, oh, here's every single percent of your damage possible.
And who knows? Anima is surprisingly still producing content right now. It's not anything relevant to what we're doing per se, except for some stats on some important NPCs.
Oh shit, they
they're
found
also-
the statting trap.
Yep. They also prepping for a big machine section, like a big machine.
Oh no,
storyline.
that's not
There
good.
you go, no.
Yeah, it's like Deroven or something like that. The End of the World is what it's called. And they have as early as like last week, I think, or 2 weeks ago, put out content. So we'll have to see.
What has
But
happened that they're suddenly coming back to life?
I don't know.
I mean, though,
Popularity of tabletop.
honestly, I'd say the more important thing is that there's a new video game coming out for Anima.
I mean, they might just be
Shut up.
capitalizing on that. I mean,
That's what
it
really
makes
matters
sense.
here. It looks slightly Genshin Impact related.
There
too.
are a lot of video games that are being made that then make RPGs of themselves now, that make tabletops. So, like, there's an Aliens one, there's a Dishonored one. Somebody just made an Avatar: The Last Airbender one.
I heard the Avatar one's really good, actually.
I haven't. I have not gotten like the hard copy, but I have like the PDF of the quick start and stuff like that.
But there's something, maybe. And to be fair, it was originally made by a bunch of people who are just really into the idea of it. And to be fair, the world lore has a lot of interesting stuff in it. There's a lot.
Oh yeah.
The world lore book is actually really well done. Like, as bad as the system is, it's like no one on the team was an engineer, but everyone was a writer. So it's like it's written so well in so many ways, and they got a lot of good concepts in. But when you put the machine together, it starts doing things you don't want it to.
No,
real
don't.
easy.
Exactly. Don't put the machine together.
That's why I have had to sit down and just over years and years and years just bang out the bad parts and turn the system into something that's a little bit more tolerable. But I think that with this next chapter and with my experience with Pathfinder, surprisingly, kind of being such a well-designed system, if I can take some of the elements and just adjust it for the numbers of Anima, I think it'd be really good. Like actual target numbers to aim for certain things and certain actions. And, actually having things like traps and diseases have an actual table to work off of. So, but that being the case, I want to go ahead and thank all my players for being here with me and role-playing with me this evening. Thank you to everyone who's watched us up until this point. If you have not done so already, please subscribe and or follow on your platform of choice to see more amazing content like this. I guarantee we're going to be the best anime content you can find on any platform. You can check out our Cradle to Crypt game every Monday, 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. As well as join us in the Discord in the link or down below on Twitch, where you can chat with a variety of other people who love tabletop. We have some Warhammer 40k stuff, as well as for any of my Pathfinder games anyway, not Anima, Pathfinder games, I always do recruit there first. So if you want the chance to play with us, please join us there. Beyond that, yeah, I don't think anything too crazy has happened on the channel per se while we're doing this. I'm not even gonna look. I hope y'all have a great night. Good luck with your games. Leave the bad luck to me. And let's go ahead and say goodnight, everyone.
Nighty night.
Good night.